esta visión pasiva del mundo produce una actitud que ya desde el siglo pasado Djibouti le llamaba servidumbre voluntaria, o bien el quietismo, el ir por el mundo obedeciendo a su rutina cotidiana y resignados por adelantado a la imposibilidad de cambiarla. No hay que servir a ciegas a cualquier tipo de sociedad, ni satisfacernos con la explicación o reproducción más fiel posible del mundo como es, sino debemos preguntarnos cómo ha podido surgir este mundo y cómo podemos pensar y colaborar para uno mejor. Y eso implica estudiar nuestra historia, rescatando las esperanzas olvidadas y las oportunidades perdidas del pasado y proponiendo nuevas formas de organizarnos para resolver nuestros propios problemas. Por ello, es importante preguntarnos, ¿quiere mejorar la calidad de la vida humana? Empiece por mejorar la calidad de la sociedad en la que viven los humanos. Y es aquí donde la educación tiene un importante papel que cumplir. La otra pregunta fundamental, third, please, third, three. La otra pregunta fundamental que tenemos que hacernos es a qué tipo de cambio debemos preparar a nuestros jóvenes, a los cambios que se nos imponen o a los que nuestras comunidades, nuestros pueblos o los mismos jóvenes y adultos desean. No repetiré los múltiples y acelerados cambios que hoy vivimos a nivel mundial, los cuales impactan nuestras vidas. Lo que quisiera es insistir en que los individuos, grupos y comunidades tenemos que hacer factible la elección del horizonte de cambio que deseamos y esforzarnos por encontrar nuestras propias soluciones frente a los problemas vitales que nos está generando nuestra sociedad actual. En esta tarea, la educación y específicamente las universidades necesitan proponerse varios propósitos. Trabajar para que las alternativas de cambio entre las que hay que elegir sean inteligibles y para que las responsabilidades que implica cada alternativa sean claras para todo tipo de población. Dicho de otra manera, para prepararnos para el cambio no debemos negar las tendencias que hoy vivimos, sino ir en contra de la afirmación "there is not alternative", la cual los poderes establecidos usan y abusan. También es indispensable que las universidades incentiven la búsqueda de nuevas opciones que orienten el cambio y la transformación, vías de nuevos pensamientos, de nuevas alianzas, de nuevos horizontes. Nuestra responsabilidad no es solo decir no, es también decir qué, o con quién, y cómo construir otras posibilidades. Por ello tenemos que ser serios en el ejercicio del contrapoder y en el análisis de la realidad. Y además, debemos cuestionarnos si el poder político es el eje de las transformaciones, porque día a día lo vemos cuestionado a diario en los noticieros. Cuarto asunto, muchas personas y organizaciones ya están trabajando con el propósito de construir la sociedad que deseamos. Junto a la creciente individualización hay síntomas de convivencialidad. Junto al neocolonialismo y al racismo hay la presencia de decisiones emancipadoras. Junto a la economía depredadora de la naturaleza y de la dignidad humana, crece la economía social y solidaria y la agricultura agroecológica. Junto a las fechorías cada vez más graves de la industrialización de los alimentos y la industria farmacéutica, aumenta el consumo de productos orgánicos y el comercio justo. Junto a los síntomas de hostilidad hay señales de hospitalidad. En fin, Junto a la idea de desarrollo durable y de continuo crecimiento, aparecen propuestas de un desarrollo integrado y solidario. Todo esto es signo de que muchos deseamos vivir de otra manera. La vía, nos dice Edgar Morin, un pensador francés, es reunir toda esta serie de ideas que existen de manera parcial y local y mostrar que en conjunto podemos crear un pensamiento político abierto sobre el devenir posible. Otra consideración es que no basta criticar, desconstruir o rechazar el neoliberalismo. Criticar es relativamente fácil, construir es más difícil. Es necesario plantear proposiciones viables, alternativas reales, pues a pesar de que ya muchos están haciendo, las iniciativas siguen siendo raras y los aportes limitados. En este tremendo desafío es donde las universidades y las instituciones educativas en general podemos colaborar, pensando, proponiendo, experimentando, articulando, evaluando otras maneras de organizar para resolver nuestros problemas. Quinta cuestión, ¿por qué es importante acelerar e imaginar y ensayar otras posibilidades de organizarnos para vivir en estos momentos? ¿Por qué es imprescindible pensar en otra educación? Porque nos encontramos actualmente en un periodo de transición o mutuación. Por decirlo menos, un estado en que los modos convencionales de hacer las cosas ya no valen. Y los modos de vida aprendidos y heredados ya no nos sirven a nuestra actual condición. Desconocemos lo que vale la pena sostener en nuestras actuales sociedades, así como cuáles serán las formas, esquemas e instituciones que tendrán que ser creados y que nos pueden derivar a un proceso incierto, porque nada tenemos seguro. En este tiempo puede ocurrir todo o casi todo. Pocas cosas pueden intentarse con certeza, o al menos garantizar grandes posibilidades de éxito. Sin embargo, esto no quiere decir que debemos dejar de intentarlo. Quiere decir que debemos considerar cada intento como una situación provisional, como un nuevo experimento que se necesita ser evaluado cuidadosamente antes de ser proclamado el destino o la solución de nuestros dilemas. Existe una brecha creciente y cada vez más difícil de franquear entre el mundo como es y el mundo que podría y debería ser. También hay un dilema en torno a quién va a decidir lo que tenemos que hacer y quién lo va a hacer. Pues no hay que olvidar que hay una crisis de representación en muchas regiones y países del mundo, así como a nivel de los organismos internacionales. Cuando se comprende esto, cuando se comprende esto y entendemos que estamos en peligro de destruir nuestro planeta y a nosotros mismos, es necesario una nueva manera de relacionarnos con la naturaleza, una nueva apuesta por la solidaridad y la cooperación universidad entre todas las comunidades humanas y una nueva medida destinada a proteger nuestros bienes comunes. Sexto punto. No sé qué pasa con los slides. Six. Hoy no bastan nuevos contenidos en nuestros programas educativos. No hay que olvidar que el conjunto de las instituciones de la sociedad están siendo cuestionadas y difícilmente alcanzan sus propósitos. Y yo me pregunto, ¿acaso la educación no está dentro de las instituciones afectadas? ¿No deberíamos estar repensando y explorando otras posibilidades educativas? Y creo que este es el reto para nosotros los educadores en los distintos niveles educativos. Una oportunidad se nos presenta a los llamados países del sur, y aquí hay una buena representación de todos nosotros. Una nueva oportunidad se nos presenta a los países de África, de América Latina y Asia, y es el de intentar resolver los problemas a los que el norte no ha sabido o no ha querido dar solución. Desde hace más de 50 años, Frantz Fanon hizo un llamado patético. Cito y con eso termino. Cito, tenemos algo mejor que hacer que seguir a Occidente. Hay que encontrar otra cosa, no imitarlo, no dejarnos obsesionar por el deseo de alcanzarlo. Occidente ha adquirido un vértigo terrible hacia un abismo del que vale más alejarnos lo antes posible. La condición humana, los proyectos del hombre, la colaboración entre los hombres son problemas nuevos que exigen verdaderos inventos. Inventos. Si queremos transformar a África en una nueva Europa, América en una nueva Europa, confiemos entonces a los europeos los destinos de nuestros países. Sabrán hacerlo mejor que los mejores dotados de nosotros. Pero si queremos que la humanidad avance con audacia, si queremos elevarla a un nivel distinto del que se le ha impuesto, entonces hay que inventar, hay que crear, hay que descubrir, hay que cambiar de piel, desarrollar un pensamiento nuevo. Cambiar y servir al mundo obliga a revisar en cada contexto histórico particular lo que habría que recuperar y retroproyectar de nuestro pasado, sean principios, memoria, conocimientos, técnicas, lo que habría que sostener de nuestro presente, en nuestro presente e inventar para enfrentar de mejor manera nuestro futuro. La educación superior pudiera cooperar con estos propósitos, proponiendo con inteligencia y ética los caminos de la liberación sin caer en utopías, sueños o visiones místicas irrealizables. Una educación al servicio de la sociedad tiene entonces enormes responsabilidades. Analizar las condiciones y otras posibilidades de vida en nuestros entornos próximos y lejanos, así como reflexionar sobre lo que está en juego. Abrirse a explorar caminos, pensar, implementar alternativas viables considerando las etapas de sus estrategias y aplicarlas y aplicaciones a seguir. Crear redes de colaboración e intercambio para buscar incidir en otras maneras de educar y de vivir en común. Religarse a partir de aspiraciones, valores y principios y dar un sentido al conjunto de todas las prioridades y acciones que hayamos decidido. Unos le llaman a esto, repito, dinámica del contrapoder, otros simplemente esperanza. De esta manera, la esperanza viene a significar una conciencia del bien común, de perspectivas comunes y del deseo de hacer en conjunto, de inventar, proponer, religar nuevas formas de organizarnos para vivir, de impulsar una reforma del pensamiento, de la acción, de la política, de la educación. Todo esto necesariamente religado para enfrentar de otra manera nuestra existencia. Muchas gracias.
Thank you very much, Dr. Luringo. I was just about to say your speech is revolutionary. It incites one to rebel, but it's good that you use the word esperanza, and we do understand hope. I think at the point of hope, we can deconstruct and reimagine a better world. Thank you very much. And now, friends, we move on to the third panelist this morning. He's a good friend, Professor Norbert Hoon Kunu, President, Benin National Academy of Sciences, Arts, and Letters.
Distinguished participants, the grand challenges of this century are well known. They are well defined, within the framework of international agendas, 2030 Agenda, 2063 African Union Agenda, Paris Agreement, Sendai Framework, and they require global, multidimensional aspect science-based responsive towards sustainable solutions. Moreover, the growing world population lacks enough understanding of the vital contributions that education can make in mitigation many challenges. Science literacy, therefore, must become an integral part of education. Education extends the knowledge and understanding of concepts and processes to society at large for decision-making, participation in civic and cultural efforts, and economic productivity. We must bridge this gap by providing a basis for ability to engage with multidimensional, complex, dynamic sense-based issues and innovative ideas. And engaging children and youth at the service of the society through such education to address world challenges of SDGs needs time. Yet time is running out for the world. However, we must lead the education system in solving this pressing problem. This requires new aptitude, new way of thinking, and deconstruction. You know, our school still tends to offer a view of country and continent that is rooted in colonial education thinking. The worldviews expressed through colonial knowledge systems were designed to degrade, exploit, and subjugate people in Africa and other parts of the formerly colonized world. So, school actors must change what they teach and how they teach. The education must be decolonized. This does not mean teaching only about our countries and continent. This does not mean isolation from the rest of the world. Now, taking into account the challenges, the education system in our countries can only be defined in a balanced and inclusive plurality and a complexity of requirements and dimensions that incorporate the countless contemporary advances, indigenous practices, knowledge, and know-hows developed and accumulated by our peoples over millennia. It must be based on new values at the political, cultural, and social levels, and new meanings at the level of ethics and morals, involving all actors and their sociological environment, requiring a new organization of human activities, fostering and developing a culture of right and mutually productive exchanges between partners. The inevitable interaction of various fields of scientific, technological, and technical knowledge and their various multidimensional impacts on living species and its environment, requiring to consider a and transdisciplinary training, open on the plural expertise, where the various natural, social, and human sciences integrate, dialogue with each other, and enrich each other through their mutual contributions, as well as those of local knowledge systems, indigenous wisdom, and the diversity of relevant cultural and social values of non-disciplinary areas of the knowledge. The challenge will be to train and deform the players, all actors, so that they are able to build or deconstruct, innovate or de-innovate, depending on the context, in complex situations of ethical, social, and societal issues of exponential techno-scientific development of the fourth industrial revolution and their inter-retroactive consequences. But the journey ahead for the education system will be a long and unnerving one, but it has to be undertaken. The consequence of not doing so is to continue to be complicit in the reproduction of social and cognitive injustices, to condemn our society to be perpetual consumers of knowledge rather than creators, actors, and authors. So I believe there is nothing better than balanced and inclusive education to drive such ambitions for our countries, our continent, and the world. That is my credo. That should be our common credo. Thank you for your attention.
Thank you, Dr. I was informed by the organizers that we have until 12:30. So there's ample room for us to ask questions. I think our three speakers have provided us with as much inspiration. I can see that these three are very much passionate about education, and they would be a very good resource for us. So if there are questions from the floor. Yes, sir. Please introduce yourself, and if you be kind enough, be very specific as to which speaker would you want to address your question, or if you would want all of them to address your question.
Ok, buenas tardes. No queremos hacer preguntas, son reflexiones sobre la intervención de la primera panelista. Muy interesante, los aspectos que aborda ella relacionados con el tema de la inclusión de las personas adultas y de la tercera edad. Y queríamos reflexionar en torno a lo planteado con la experiencia que tiene nuestro país, Cuba, en las campañas de alfabetización llevadas a cabo a inicio del proceso revolucionario, y actualmente tenemos un programa de alfabetización llamado Yo Soy Pueblo, que ha llegado a más de 30 países, con un cuerpo de maestros misioneros, promotores de una campaña de ternura y de ciencia. Hoy para los cubanos es un gran día, porque se celebra el 167 aniversario de nuestro maestro mayor, José Martí. Y uno de los ideales de Martí precisamente era sobre los maestros ambulantes. Con este programa Yo Sí Puedo, que repito, hemos llegado a 30 países del mundo, cuenta en estos momentos hasta con una plataforma digital interactiva que da acceso a los participantes mediante dispositivos móviles y da apoyo a los facilitadores. Es una experiencia muy interesante para lograr lo que la primera panelista refería en torno a la alfabetización de las personas adultas como una arista más de la inclusión que a veces no siempre es tenido en cuenta. En síntesis, esa era nuestra intervención. Agradecerle a la primera panelista su discurso y la amabilidad con que nos tocó este tema relacionado con la inclusión de estos grupos generacionales muy vulnerables. Muchas gracias.
On this regard. I don't know if any of our speakers would want to react or to add on to the discussion. Otherwise, we will proceed with the next question. Okay, so there are, okay, let me. This one, and then, okay, 3 questions. Now the speakers would want to listen to all 3 questions. We'll start with the gentleman at the back, and then we move on to the lady, and then, yes, ma'am.
Thank you. Well, the title of the panel is Education at the Service of Society. And I think the panelists have referred to the topic with interesting thoughts. However, I think there are some questions that we have to raise about how really academia can serve society best. I think one of the errors that usually are made by the academia is to play the role of Superman. We are the saviors of society. We know what to do. You follow us and the problems will be solved. I think that's not the way of serving society. I think Enriquez is right when he says we have to challenge, we have to create new thoughts and so on, but we have at the same time to be able to know that we are not the only ones who know about things, that society knows also of many other things, and we have to be able to compare with them whether the solutions that we are proposing are the best. So I think this question of how academia can serve society is a crucial one, and usually playing the role of Superman is not the best.
Please hold on to that, Superman, sir. There's a lady at the back who raised her hand earlier. The lady in yellow, yes, ma'am?
You. No, you.
Thank you. My question is directed to Dr. Enrique and Norbert. It follows on from the previous response, actually, in terms of how communities can work in partnership with academics. And I want to raise what hasn't been raised before, is this whole notion and concept of spirituality and the place for spirituality in education. And I raise spirituality because in the schools that I've helped create based on Indigenous philosophy, we very much promote the thought that we are one with the environment, and it's about working together with the environment. It's not external or extrinsic to us. And so in many of our Indigenous schools, we bring in community elders to help remind us and to help remind both the children and the adults. And indeed, in the university that I work in, they're very much part of our delivery of our curriculum. So I just want to pose this thought that we haven't talked about the value of spirituality to formal education. Thank you.
Thank you. Okay, the third question, please. And after the third question, we'll ask our panelists to answer the three questions. Yes, ma'am. The lady at the back, please.
Okay.
Alors, bonjour. Sorry. Okay. Thank you. My name is Angel Mbuthia. I am from the All Africa Students Union. I am the Secretary for Gender and International Relations. And my question goes to the Secretary General from the Academy of Sciences. From my experience, students are really striving hard to meet the requirements that have been set by society in terms of work and addressing the challenges in society. And we have been encouraging students to avoid the issue and the narrative of being half-baked graduates from universities. But again, as a continent, we're also facing a huge unemployment issues and a crisis. So again, I wanted to know from the field of sciences, are there any opportunities that, as described, is it real that we have as many opportunities in sciences as much as they are in arts, because we are seeing more students developing social solutions to our challenges? Could we also have more scientific? And how do we package this to students so that they take it up because of the gender gap issues that we see in sciences and STEM? How do we go about this to encourage more to take up the opportunities that are there that we cannot see from our end? Thank you.
Okay. So, panelists, we now have three questions. Dr. Katharina, would you want to start?
I will start with a Superman, Superwoman question, and that's the first step to address also the last question. We didn't have much time to discuss that, but let's put it in a short way. I believe the times where academia was an ivory tower, science and research and so are gone. What we need are socially engaged scholars. We need people who will use scientific evidences to improve their agency, their capacity to act in the society, at least in the community where they live and work in. And that's what we do. At the university in Belgrade where I teach civic activism. My students for the examination, they have to go out to do something about democracy, about some protests against neo-colonial position my country is put in, and things like this. So I think it's very important, and it has to do, this is the last question that I will also address, it has to do also with the gender. We were teaching a lot about the gender gap, equality, and this kind of a thing. Now I believe the agency, the action, this is something that can change the things. Women who are really acting and working, so this is like learning by acting. And one more thing I would like to say, there is a tendency nowadays at university to treat students as a customers, and customers is a king, he's always right. Well, I would say no. There is no learning if you don't take people out of the comfort zone. You have, at university, you have to challenge them. You have to create this disorientation dilemma, as Mazira from Transformative Learning was naming it. So you have really to challenge them, their opinions, their stereotypes, their prejudices in order to help them to develop critical thinking. And gender stereotypes and gender roles are one of those things that we have to challenge. So first, through the critical thinking at the university, and then going out, being active in the community, in the neighborhood, in the society. Thanks.
How is working? ¿Se escucha? Sí. Ok. Muy rápidamente, las preguntas o los cuestionamientos han sido muy fáciles. Tienen razón. Tienen toda la razón. En 10 minutos no se puede decir todo. Yo hablé de colaboración de la universidad con los distintos grupos y agentes sociales. Creo que el error de los académicos, de los universitarios, es creer que tenemos la solución a todos nuestros problemas. Segundo, estoy totalmente de acuerdo en el tema de la espiritualidad. Como esa, no hablé de otros muchos temas porque no es posible hablar de todos ellos en 7 minutos. Simplemente recuerdo haber leído una respuesta de un estudiante de Tanzania. Dijo, he estudiado economía y eso no me ha servido para nada, porque he estudiado la economía que ha destruido a mi región y a mi localidad. Eso es lo que yo quiero significar, que tenemos que repensar las formas como trabajamos, como estudiamos, de acuerdo a las necesidades mismas de nuestras localidades y de nuestras comunidades.
Okay. I think we are not supermen in science, in knowledge. Democratization of knowledge and the complexity of challenges require new attitudes to learn from each other. We have to be both learning and learner in a full partnership with all actors. It is very important because the challenges are complex and one discipline can help solving, finding solutions to challenges. Now, regarding the spirituality, it is a part of our culture. It is what I call traditional wisdom. But we need also to be realistic. We have to demystify not only science, but also our culture. Some traditional know-hows. We need to decultize. It is very important if we need to develop science in a rational basis. So, the question of spirituality could not be solved in common aspects. We need to live our spirituality as individuals and be careful not mixing always spirituality with knowledge in the questions of development. Now, finally, I would like to emphasize the fact that all sciences are important. We need to train for all sciences, including social and human sciences. We need to change our curricula, the way we teach, the way we subdivide disciplines, to Today, we need very complex skills to be able to answer important questions of our society. It is what I think. I believe strongly that train separately social science aspects and scientific aspects, these belong to the past. We need to build real, solid scientific literacy, because it's the only way to be able to advise policymakers. It is the only way to understand the challenges and to go for the search for rational solutions for sustainable development of our solution. That is what I believe. Thank you.
Thank you. Thank you. Let me just go back very quickly with Angel. Where are you, Angel? Angel from the All African Student Union. I want to know if your question has been addressed. You're okay with the answers? Okay, thank you. Now, Ms. Katerina, Dr. Katerina has additional points that she wants to raise with us. This would be the last for this session, as we are in the process of wrapping up the panel this morning. Ma'am?
Thank you. I was granted a few additional minutes. Just 2 short points to this issue of interdisciplinarity. I would add a warning. There are more and more cuts to the social sciences and humanities at universities around the globe. Of course, STEM is very important, we don't deny that. Technological development, rapid changes in technologies, ICT and so on. But we should not forget, without humanities and social sciences, there is no critical reflection. The science and the researchers could not be the critical consciousness of the society, and that's one of their very important roles. So this is a kind of a warning for us. We should be aware of this tendency, this trend. And the second point, it has to do also a bit with the spirituality, but this is also about the education science. What is going on, and this need for more action, is captured in the kind of a new theory called public pedagogy. And it's about learning and education in the public spaces, in going out, so in the citizens' movements that occupy public spaces and prove that they can run and manage their own neighborhood or community. It's a relatively new tendency, but the pedagogy is aware of that. So I would really like to draw your attention to this public pedagogy. It's very much about what we also need very much today, active citizens and global citizens, people who are aware and sensitive for the global issues and global problems, but very active at the local level too. Thank you.
At this point, I wish to thank our panelists. They have provided us not just with alternative, but really fresh perspective on education. So thank you very much to the 3 of you. Congratulations. You made our day. And this is time for us to go for lunch. But before we go into that, the 5th session this morning is moved after lunch. And if we go by the schedule, we should be back by 1:30 this afternoon. So let me thank each and every one of you for your active participation. I am sorry if you have questions to any of our panelists, please feel free to have coffee with them or sit beside them during lunch. Thank you very much and enjoy your lunch.
This.
slides, if you don't mind. Thank you. Just to say first that the sessions that are left, I would like to ask the speakers to please prepare for very short presentations. Very short presentations this afternoon. We are behind schedule, and apologies for starting rather late. So we're going to start with the session that was left from the morning, and I'd like to invite Dr. Anne-Maria Brenman, Vice President, Science Engagement, Foundation for Science, Technology, and Civilization. Okay, good. And I also have here seated Mr. Peter Kwasi Koje, Secretary General, All Africa Students Union. Well, one of the things you'll do, and I expect you speak for 5 minutes. Sorry, you have a shorter notice than the other speakers.
Yeah, have 7 minutes presentation.
You can make it 5. Thank you very much. Grateful. So that we'll have at least a little time for discussion or questions. Thank you. And I'll expect people have just had lunch, so they'll have a little sleepy. But I know that you have these fantastic talks that will wake us all up. So please welcome with me Dr. Anne-Maria Brenman.
Could I have the first slide, please? Thank you. Your Excellencies, distinguished colleagues, fellow educators, firstly, thank you to His Excellency the President for so generously hosting this forum, and also thanks to the kind invitation of the President of ERF and the Organising Committee. For over 20 years, the Foundation for Science, Technology and Civilization, an NGO based in Manchester in the United Kingdom, has been involved in developing and delivering worldwide engagement with pre-Renaissance STEM subjects, focusing on the Silk Road and the Mediterranean Basin. We use the history of science, technology, maths and medicine, the STEM subjects, as a means of transforming educational dynamics and promoting inclusivity. And when it comes to inclusivity, disease beats us hand down. As recent news attests, disease is blind to culture, is blind to colour, class and creed. Furthermore, it doesn't even discriminate between species. Humans, animals and plants can all be struck by disease. And as a result, throughout the ages, people of all traditions have engaged in the fight against disease and have sought to promote human, veterinary and planetary health. Next slide, please. Slide 2. Merci. Shukran. Today we stand on the shoulders of giants. These giants whose wisdom came before us. 2,000 years plus on, doctors still promise to serve humanity using Hippocrates' own oath. Similarly, Galen, on the far left of the picture, helped publicize Hippocrates' theories and developed medicine in the Roman Empire and beyond. And king of them all is Ibn Sina, Avicenna, the great Persian polymath, who is recognized as the parent of modern medicine. And he is depicted in this etching wearing a crown, symbolic of his role as chief amongst medics. Slide 3, please. But Avicenna might not have achieved this preeminence had it not been for Sal Rabah al-Tabir, another Persian philosopher scientist of the 9th century, who, a century before Avicenna, working in the Abbasid court, completed what is known to be the first recognized medical encyclopedia. But where is inclusivity, you may ask? These are all old men with beards. Apologies to our senior colleagues, and especially our senior colleagues with beards. So where are the women? You might ask that. They were there, and we do know that there are records of women practicing medicine as practitioners and as surgeons in the period between 600 and 1600 in the present era. That's the period that is erroneously known as the Dark Ages. Next slide, please. And so at FSTC, we have recently focused on this area with the production of a book entitled 1001 Cures. And here we have the foreword by the famous cardiac surgeon, Dr. Samagdi Yaqub. And the title is meant to evoke the curiosity and captivation of the 1001 Tales of old. And the initiative came out of earlier work in science engagement. Work that saw a group of British school children successfully initiating an update of the national curriculum in the UK because they wanted to recognize the achievement of Al-Nafis, whose understanding of the circulatory system predated that of William Harvey by almost half a millennia. Credit where credit is due. Next slide, please. Slide 6. We attempt to engage with those outside and inside the classroom, both young and old. Here we see the launch of the book at Britain's National Academy of Sciences, the Royal Society in London a couple of years ago. And the leading author, Peter Porman, there signing the book and presenting it to the world. Next slide, please. We attempt to engage with those both inside and outside the classroom, both young and old, of all cultures, of all backgrounds, in Britain and beyond. And we believe in lifelong education that goes beyond the classroom. And we take our material to whoever will listen. And why do we need to do this? Because the world needs people involved in STEM subjects. We also need a diverse public that is literate in science, technology, engineering, math, and medicine, along with the opportunities and challenges it brings. Finally, friends, I simply could not resist this, and I want to share the following slide with you, because we're all part of the ERF family. Next slide, please. And here we have the moment on a rainy afternoon in London back in 2015 that ERF was born. And the occasion was a meeting between Sheikh Mansour and FSTC when we discussed his big idea for ERF and brainstormed for an afternoon on the future of global education and what we wanted education in the future to look like. And today we're all benefiting from the results of that meeting. And as they say, the rest is history. Thank you.
Thank you, Anne. Now we're going to hear from the Students' Union. So, Peter, please a round of applause.
Thank you very much. Your Excellencies, Honorable Ministers of State, it's a pleasure to address you this afternoon on the matter of inclusivity in education. The ministers have spoken, the policymakers have spoken from yesterday and today, and we're very happy that as young people and as students, we also have an opportunity to say a few words and also to share our perspectives on what we believe should comprise an inclusive and balanced education. It is why we're very excited and happy to extend a heartfelt gratitude to the Education Relief Foundation and also to the organizers of the forum such as this one for believing that it is important to have a student's voice as an indispensable component of a platform like today. I'm fully aware that to get a forum like this doesn't come very often, where you have ministers of state coming from all over to gather in a particular place where you can speak out on matters that affect us as students. And so I intend to speak not just for myself, but for my colleagues and everyone else who is not here. I'll speak first to reflect the original understanding that we have when we talk about inclusivity. When we do talk about inclusivity in the classrooms, largely the idea is to look at students with disabilities. We try to look at creating a space to accommodate them in the way that they are not excluded. But today when we talk about inclusivity reimagined, we're trying to look beyond that fundamental tenet. We're trying to look at inclusivity in a way that suggests that we need to make it more imaginative and we need to make it more confrontational in terms of how knowledge is harnessed. I'd want to look at this in three contexts, given that I'm constrained for time. So I'd want to look at it in terms of what is taught, how it is taught, and who teaches it. And I would want to also say that one of the very critical things that we look at as education is the fact that the student is one indispensable component, first at the input level, second at the process level, and also at the output level. Now that's fundamentally different from if you look at any other production line, that suggests that what is put in as output or input is not exactly what comes out as output. But if you take the student, at the input level, the student is there at the admission process. At the process level, the student is indispensable to how knowledge is impacted. And also this is the same student that comes out as the output for a graduate market. And so it's very different how we look at it in terms of the value chain for how a student comes in and how he goes out. So when we want to look at inclusivity, Your Excellencies, I would beg that it's a rather different context, especially in the times that we live in. We are beginning to confront knowledge in a much different way. We no longer talk about a teacher-centered way of imparting knowledge. We talk about a student-centered way of doing it. And why do we do that? We do that because we realize that the teacher-centered way of imparting knowledge is instructional. It is one that presupposes that the teacher is a repository of all knowledge and the student is just there to receive. And today we realize that time and space has shrunk knowledge in such a way that everybody can have knowledge and to share it and to use it. And so the old ways of impacting knowledge obviously will not work in the way that we're talking about, especially if we want outcomes that are different. And clearly, we want outcomes that are different. Today, we talk about the fact that when we are out of school, we're not just competing against our fellow human beings, we're competing against robots, machines. We're competing against things that have been taught to learn and to improve themselves, things that would not sleep. And so it's fundamentally different from how education has been imagined in the past. And so this imposes a certain set of different obligations on each one of us. And we do reckon as students ourselves that we need a different mindset that is very different from what our forebears have had. And we also want to call on the ministers here to realize that the approaches that we have used in the past is no longer what can be done, especially if we want to make education very inclusive. I would want to end by sharing something that has come to me, not just for me, but also on our forums that we have discussed. We do realize that the future of work will not look like anything that we've had in the past. It's very different. It's imposing different skill sets, different competences that we need. In the past, the kind of education that we've had is one that prepared us to fit into jobs that are largely manufacturing based. And that's why I was excited when an earlier speaker spoke about decolonizing education. And it suggests that the way our colonial masters premeditated the education is not what education, the outcomes will look like tomorrow. And so I close by saying that in a UNESCO study that I read, it emphasized in the fact that education in itself will not be an answer to everything, but that it has to be embedded with humanity. Because the tomorrow that we're going to see is not one that is just filled with scientists. Because if you look at the fact that science in itself will not provide answers, all the evil that has been done in the past was perpetrated by people with knowledge. And so knowledge in itself will not answer our questions, but knowledge that emphasizes human dignity and human self-worth is what will answer our questions. But thank you very much.
Okay, thank you, Peter. I just realized that some may not know where we are, but that's the session just before the lunch break. And that's a session titled Inclusivity Reimagined, Transforming the Dynamics of a Classroom. That's what we're doing. And that means right after this, we'll go for lunch. Okay, so now we've heard from the fantastic speakers we have. I have a few minutes to take questions and comments. And I'll start from my right here. Please raise your hands right away and don't wait, because time is not waiting for us. So can I see the hands? If I don't see them, I move. Thank you, sir. Right at the back there, yes. And if you raise the hand, please do raise it well.
Well, thank you. Just a couple of comments. One day, one invented that putting people into 4 walls would be the best place to teach them. I mean, they invented the classroom. But nowadays, we know that we don't need classrooms, I mean, to teach people. We can teach people through many other means and outside the classrooms. And the second comment is that what the last speaker was talking about in terms of what is the role of the teacher nowadays. And that, to me, is a crucial thing, because the role of the teacher is not to give information. I mean, machines have got information anytime, better organized, quicker, I mean, the information is more available. So what I think the role of the teachers is to teach, is to train people about how to think problems. I mean, that's, to me, the most important role. I mean, I have to make possible that a person, he or she, is able to think the problems, the complexity of the problems, and how to solve possible challenges that is raising. I think that requires not machines. It requires a cultural change, I think. That's all.
Thank you very much. I think you're touching on something that could take us the whole afternoon, the role of a teacher, and how do you reinvent that? Yes, sir.
Good afternoon. Mustafa from Turkey. Just as you told now, as we transfer the classroom, we also have to change the role of the teachers.
Attendez une minute, monsieur, so that they can do you need that? Okay.
Okay. Right. Thank you. I will repeat. You know, the subject of this session is the transforming the dynamics of the classroom. The teacher is the main stone of education, So the teacher, transformation of the teacher for inclusivity is very important. So we have to think about the transformation, the teacher and the curriculum for inclusive and balanced education. Thank you.
Thank you, sir. One more. Anybody else? Okay, let me allow the speakers to talk and comment on that. What do we do with the teachers now?
Thank you. I do think that it's clear that teachers do not have the same role that they used to have. It should be more facilitative. It should be more collaborative way of learning, because obviously knowledge as a test today is one that is scattered across. Everybody that has access to the internet can learn something. So it's more of a facilitative role than other than the one that suggests that I've just come into the class and I'm just coming to impact knowledge and leave. So it's more of counseling. It's more of that fatherly role. It's more of a parental figure that's supposed to guide, because like I've said, we're not just putting knowledge into people, but we're trying to make human beings and put humanity in their hearts, so that when we have the knowledge, we can utilize the knowledge to impact changes. So it's not just sufficient to talk about a teacher's role being the one that suggests that he's just there to put knowledge in the person's head. Yeah.
I'm sorry, I was leaving out the other comment. Yeah, the other comment about the classroom no longer being the four walls, and is that good or bad?
Can I take that? Oh, is that on? Can I take you up on that one? Thank you. Thank you very much for the question. Can I take you up on that? With FSTC, everywhere is our classroom. We do very little work in school classrooms or university lecture theatres. That's not to say we don't deliver there, but we will deliver where anybody will gather and sit and listen, or stand and listen, in the backs of cafes and restaurants, at science festivals, at music festivals, wherever people gather and are keen to explore the history of humankind and its role in progressing science, technology and civilization. We will go there. We flip the classroom on a regular basis, and also giving agency to the people who are there to express their interest, their knowledge, their life experience. And at FSTC, we believe in knowledge for all, from all.
So thank you very much. I think that's about all we can take in that session. Please give them a round of applause for allowing themselves to be ambushed the way I have. Thank you very much. Thank you very much. Okay, so we move right along to the next session, and we're looking at how to tailor education to the local context. I have speaking instead of Dr. Hassan in your agenda, I have Dr. Musa Subagle, also of the Djibouti University. Do I have him here? Dr. Musa Subagle. And I also would like to invite Mrs. Jackie Olang Kado to please come. So I think this ties right along with what we've just been talking about. You know, if you're talking inclusivity, you have to also talk about how you do that in your own local context specifically. So I think to kick us into this, is Dr. Subagle here? Is he? I'm sorry, can he wave? Okay, that's you. Thank you. All right. Great. So let me just invite Jackie, Mrs. Olankado, to kick us into this for 5 minutes. Thank you. Please, a round of applause for Jackie.
Okay. Good afternoon, everyone. You have to answer. Good afternoon, everyone. Good afternoon, everyone. Can you hear me? Are you sure? Can you hear me? No? Can you hear me? Now you can hear me. Okay, good afternoon, everyone. Good, perfect. I hear you too. Thank you. But okay, so I'm advised the sound system is not very good, so if you can wear your headphones, you'd hear me better. So can you hear me? Oh, good, thank you. So I'll try not to shout in your earpieces, but bear with me. So my name is Jackie Kado, and as you've heard from the introduction with Doreen, I'm going to speak about creating the conditions for success and tailoring education to the local context. Now, if you were with me in the second forum in Mexico City, how many of you remember what science academies do? Just by a show of hands. How many people can remember? No? 1 year later and you've forgotten? So I'll run that by you one more time. Science academies exist for the sole purpose of getting scientists to contribute to science, to contribute to policy, and to be able to contribute to society. So those three things are why science academies exist. So they're honoraries or honorific societies of eminent scientists in any country that come together to do science for the common good. The next thing also I touched on at the last year's conference was the role of the network. The function we serve as a network of African science academies is to ensure that science academies collectively come together to be able to showcase the value add that science academies can bring on board to those three aspects: society, to science itself, to be knowledge producer, not just consumers, but also to policy, to be able to influence government and give advice. Currently, as a network, we serve 28 science academies, and we are able to try and get them to work in a unified way to present what we call the voice of science in the continent. So we're able to get these 28 African science academies to move together collectively and try and impact the changes, the Sustainable Development Goals or the Agenda 2063 of the African Union together for the better good of the continent. So let's look at education specifically. What have we done as an organization to ensure that not just education, but science education is taught well and used the local context? I'll name three things. One, we've set up a science education program that looks at how teachers and students are trained or how science is taught in schools to enable them have an inquiry-based aspect of it, to have more young people taking up science careers. The science education program also look at the science education curriculum to be able to contextualize it and make it relevant to the African continent. But going forward, once you have people taking on science, then it is important to break the silos that are created by the scientific disciplines we have in science itself. So you do not want scientists from the applied sciences not talking to social sciences, but then also you do not want scientists just speaking to scientists themselves. They need to get out of the lab, engage their governments who are political leaders or decision makers in their country, but then also do science that is relevant for society. So besides increasing the knowledge we have in science, we need to get scientists to be active outside the lab. So first thing, when we're talking about what would create a success when education is tailored for local context, is the act of transdisciplinarity. Essentially, I'm saying that the disciplines have to transcend the silos that are created, work in a collaborative manner, and ensure partnerships are enhanced. This is not my presentation, by the way. This is for the next speaker, so don't get confused with that. So, but also I want to say that all these have to be done in a sustainable manner. So we need to look at how disciplines can create new knowledge, can create new innovations or inventions that can better the well-being of society, of policy making, and of science itself. But then overall, and this is the last aspect that I want to bring to the fore, is that this cannot be done in isolation, but it has to be done in context. The contextual relevance for what scientists do is critical, so it means that local knowledge has to be propagated. I think as you heard from the first speakers, that you do not start with empty vessels. There's some intrinsic knowledge that any student comes with to the classroom, and that needs to be taken into account. So the local knowledge has to be propagated as a first aspect of contextualizing education. Second aspect is that the local capacity needs to be enhanced. If we're talking about scientists, we need to have good, excellent scientists, scientists that can do world-class science in any platform. I mean, there is no such thing as European science and African science. Science is science, and if we're looking at excellence, it needs to be above board. So the local capacity in the continent has to be enhanced to be able for us to say that we have experts or expertise in various areas for science. But then last and not least is that education needs to take into account local priorities. Of what use if you can simply just cut and paste priorities of any other place in the world and then term it useful for the context that you want to apply it? It will not last. Number two, it will fail, and the enthusiasm and the buy-in of the participating stakeholders will wane over time. So the local priorities have to be addressed by education if at the end we're going to be successful in implementing education that is just contextually right, that is both inclusive and balanced. So finally, and my closing word is this, that if we're to have successful education, then we need to realize and consider the value that local contexts bring on board, but then also that it needs to be represented in a balanced and accurate manner for us to be able to use it. Thank you very much.
Okay, great. So I think I could pick out 3 conditions for success, if I got that right. Fantastic. I won't tell them what that is. I hope they were listening. So now I invite Dr. Musa Subagli for his presentation. Please, another round of applause. That tells us you are awake. Thank you.
Dear distinguished participants, good afternoon. Hi, everybody. I think, okay, it seems that this time it's difficult to present after lunch, but we try to reduce, doesn't take any more time. As the organizers say, you have only 5 minutes. I do my best. My presentation based on tailored education, the context. In this topic, I will address in 2 dimensions. The first dimension, in order to success our education, it is important to pay attention as educator to analyze or to understand the community attitudes towards the education, because this attitude determines the effectiveness of schooling. Community, our community, wherever, in Djibouti, all over the world, any community, towards education, they have in a different point of view. Or we can classify, we can divide into 3 main parties. One group, when we talk about education, they think or they consider their attitude against outrage, hostility. Other groups, in terms of education, they think, or they can be in the middle, what we can say careless or don't pay any attention of interest. Other group, towards of education, they are in favor of education, they support development of education. This attitude, as educator, we should, before implementing any program of education, we have to analyze and understand our community. What about their attitude towards the education? Such attitudes the consequence of this attitude can be one of the three main consequences. May delay or block, that means the process of education, they block or they applaud, they support, they ready or the engagement for every the process of education. Okay, as a government or as an NGO or organization or as educators, what is our duty towards this kind of community? Government needs to devise strategies according to the local community attitude. Next, these strategies can attempt or to drive the community's interest of education. It can be, for example, what's going now at Djibouti, School of Excellencies, and that we prepare, we give them, we support them, we give them some transportation. Or we facilitate all material that attracted them to attend, to come to the schools. This, if they are against, some people they don't like, they want, they are against of education, what we can do for them? For those groups, the government should engage the local community interest in different ways. This engagement or one of these strategies, we can attract them. First and foremost, we have to make a reason behind why they are reluctant, why they are not in favor of education. We want to understand the main reason behind that. Second, a willingness to adapt the content and deliver education program to fit the needs and value of local community. The second main measure of this tailoring education in the context, we know as educator, whether in Africa or the most in African countries, the low enrollments. The educational program are delivered in a way that incompatible with the local value. When the people or some research ask it, why they say or they believe, they perceive it, the education, they are against their values. Second, parents may hesitate when school schedule prevent them from the household. Some parents, they are against for sending their children to education because of what? That especially, particularly in the girl, they said the girl, they have household, they work at home, and we don't have a time to send them. They help their mothers or do some housework. Some reason, travel time is excessive and long. Some schools or the children or the learner going to school, it takes a long time. So, in this can be one of the reasons that to reduce the enrollment. Second, rigid age requirements. That's existing in Djibouti, in my country. The school started at 6 years, but in this day we are talking about balanced inclusive education. So this point can be an obstacle. Some children who cannot or who access for over the age of starting the school, maybe it's 7, 8 years, 9 years. So in this way, the Minister of Education or the Authority of Education, it should have another alternative, community schools, professional, to send them these learners. Lack of knowledge about available support, journalists, and finance aid at schools. Some students or some children, they don't know. Maybe they said we have a problem in financially, familiar problem, but our government over another channel to support for those students who cannot pay. Even in the primary or in the secondary school, it's a free, no payment, but maybe some material pockets or uniform, but also there are another way if they're looking for, there are another channels to support or to over this student. One of my colleagues told me today, one family, very poor or fragile family, one girl, she was third year, second year at university. But at the third year, she prefers to stay at home. And then when he asked her, she said, I cannot pay the fee. But that is comes from what? Lack of knowledge. At university, there are a system over the student who cannot pay the fee to help them. But the fee, in that way, if you don't know, you have to ask your classmate, your neighbors. Don't you say, I don't have this and this. If there is a will, there is a way. And some parents complain about the cost. Even we implemented last year in Minister of Education, the uniform. They said it's very high. No. Even it is high, but there is a solution. If it is very cheap, when we talk about in the level of income of Djibouti, maybe something they cannot, but the gratitude of President and the Minister of Education, they offer for those families who cannot pay the uniform, they give them free. So that way, no one can say this problem can be prevented or can stop not going to school. Another reason for to low enrollment, content. Content, the syllabus of the program. Some parents, they say the program is not contextualized. That's over. Since 1999, our curriculum, our syllabus, contextualizing with the Djibouti context. For that reason, no one can say we cannot see inside the program our values or our interests. Maybe some they say about the poorly trained teachers, frequently absent, use physical touch. This is also Institute of CFA take responsibility to grading the syllabus, curriculum, and teacher training to improve their knowledge how to teach any subject. Before they were started without, after graduation, fresh, go to the field of teaching. But now they have to take 1 year at least in this school and take the methodology, how to teach, and well equipped, they go later in the ground. And the last point, the use of non-native language. This is still the issue remains in Djibouti. Because Djibouti, we are multi-language or multi-racial, cultural. We have 3 language local and plus French, official language. English now comes on the field, but it's still the problem of language, mother language. Whether Afari or Somali, we need to implement also this context. Because based on the research, in the primary school or in the kindergarten area, that what we need to implement English Somali or Afar language. So the mother tongue help the children to acquire the knowledge very well. But when comes at the school at early age and he has a problem, he cannot. Okay. And then for that reason, many parents, they say, scholars are viewed as an attempt, schools are viewed as an attempt to weaken and destroy a community cultural and ethnic identity. That's the end of my presentation. Thank you for your listening. Assalamu alaikum.
Okay, that sounded a bit like it. Another round of applause, if you please. Okay, can I see the hands up? We've been talking about what are the conditions to ensure that you can actually tailor education properly to the local context. If we have questions or comments for the speakers, okay, now I'm going to come from the left. And from the left, I'll go to Maldives. Yes, sir. Don't worry, I see. And please make it brief, straight to the point. 30 seconds, maybe 15.
Excellencies, ladies and gentlemen, I have a very brief statement, brief question. I like the word contextualization of education, right? And it is very important. Local and involving local people, local context is very important. In our country, for example, our country is Maldives. Maldives, we have one school on one island. The island itself can be a school itself, but many islands are good to contextualize, but there are some islands where we have this extremism, religious extremism. If we want to contextualize, we will have to take that into account. My question is whether that type of contextualization is appropriate in our education right now. Because we are educating our children for the future, and we want everybody to think the whole world as us, not as us and them. So that is my question. I would like if you could say something on that.
Thank you, sir. You are stepping on the lion's tail. Okay, ma'am, Uganda.
Thank you very much. I just want to supplement on what the panelists have said on the conditions for success, which have been left out, like a safety. Safety is very important, not physical safety, but also learners feeling welcomed, supported, and respected. Once those are achieved, learners can get success or can achieve success. Another one is engagement. Learners love to be engaged. This can promote critical thinking, problem solving, and also collaboration. They collaborate and promotes effective communication. Another one could be that learners need to be supported by teachers, by parents, by community. They need also to see connection between the home and the school, so that they can align their learning. And another thing we should think about are the pedagogy. What are the pedagogies used by teachers? We should encourage so much the culturally responsive pedagogies. That's where learners can make connections so that they enjoy their learning. And I remember yesterday the Prime Minister of Uganda said that they are always challenged by the society. Right. But I think we need to re-educate the society, to show them that this is what we want to see. This is the ideal person we want to see, and these are the values we want to see in the ideal person, the African ideal person. And these are the things which should be inculcated in the learners. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much. Thank you for the additions there. I think the gentleman in the cap at the back there, I thought your hand was up earlier on. Yes, sir. No, that, okay. Are you giving that up? Yes, I thought. So please, 30 seconds.
Merci, excusez-moi. Bon, pour intervenir, notre collègue avait mentionné tout à l'heure que finalement, il faut créer normalement la science n'est pas c'est pas une particularité européenne, c'est quelque chose d'universel. Et donc effectivement, c'est vrai qu'en Afrique, lorsqu'elle avait évoqué cela, qu'il faut rechercher des talents, qu'il faut effectivement faire consolider, renforcer et créer des talents qui puissent tirer de l'Afrique vers le haut. Mais il y a une réalité. Tout à l'heure, lors de la représentation des politiques, il y avait, c'était les balao, normalement, il y a le brain drain. Comment faudrait-il maintenir ces cadres et ces intellectuels pour que finalement on puisse y arriver? Parce que là aussi, c'est un autre challenge.
Thank you very much. He had on the challenge of a brain drain. How do we succeed with all this in the presence of brain drain? Okay? So, sir, I come to you. Yes, sir. Yes, sir. Carry on.
I just wanted to say that this panel touches on a very important topic, because I think there is a debate nowadays between those that think that what we have to do when we are doing research or teaching is to think internationally. I mean, to sort of imitate the big universities, the very famous universities, and on the other side, that we have, as we have heard, I mean, to act locally, to adapt our universities, perhaps in this case, to the local context. I think it is a false debate, because what we have to do is that famous saying that says that think internationally, act locally. I think to be able to serve your local context, you have to be aware of what is happening in the world, but at the same time, be able to distinguish between what has happened in the world and what is going on in your local context. I just wanted to say that we should not follow, I mean, that false debate between one side or the other. I think there is the need of a good mix.
Thank you very much, sir. That's a good comment added on there. And it's great to sit in the middle. I went from right to left. Now I'm coming from left to right, and you keep getting the slot because you're in the middle. Okay, can I take the last two people, and then you can quickly speak? Is that okay? All right, so just right there. Yes, sir. And I'll take you, ma'am, right after. Okay, while he's looking for a microphone, maybe you should go ahead. Yes, and please carry on. Fantastic. Thank you very much. How do we use e-technology? Yes, I'm back to you.
Je vous remercie beaucoup et je remercie tous les intervenants. Je voulais juste peut-être préciser, en réponse à toutes les interventions suivantes, que finalement ce qu'il faut adapter, c'est la transmission des connaissances, et c'est le contexte local, c'est sur ce mouvement-là en fait qu'il est adaptable, c'est-à-dire qu'on peut adapter la façon dont le système éducatif s'adresse à la plus large population possible, que ce soit les enfants, les adolescents ou les adultes pour l'éducation continuée, l'éducation, la formation pour adultes. Les contenus, les connaissances, je crois que ça a été abordé, finalement elles deviennent de plus en plus mondiales, internationales, et donc elles sont à la fois locales et à la fois internationales. C'est ce qu'il faut transmettre, la capacité effectivement d'un pays, une population à réussir et à montrer à quel point elle est performante, en étant ouverte sur tout ce qui se passe à l'extérieur. Donc du coup la contextualisation, il me semble qu'elle porte, et je crois que ça a été quand même dit, et c'est bien le sujet, il me semble, de l'intervention, c'est que la contextualisation porte essentiellement sur la transmission, c'est-à-dire localement comment, en tant qu'intervenant dans un système scolaire, je fais pour que tous les enfants, tous les adultes puissent avoir accès à une connaissance qui, elle, par contre, peut être à la fois locale et mondiale.
Okay, merci. Okay, so now there's so many good things to talk about, but I've refrained from saying anything because I want to give you all the time to speak. So, who wants to go first? Okay. Jackie, you first. Ladies first.
Yeah. Can you hear me? Can you hear me? Okay. Okay. You can hear me, right? You're not responding. Are you hearing me? Yes, thank you. So I think many of the things we've had are actually statements and comments and not specific questions. And I think to sum it all up is to say I agree with everybody in terms of their input. But let me just specifically just touch on it just so that we try and address the issue or reiterate what we've had. I think the first question, in spite of it sounding like a comment, is there are certain contexts that you cannot include. For instance, religious extremism. And for me, why I would say this distinctively and categorically, it's just, we pick from the earlier presenter who said that there's a sense of humanity that is required in education. Now, if you have that sense of humanity in the hearts of the learners, of the teachers, of the policymakers, of governments, then any form of extremism needs to be avoided. It is definitely not balanced if it is extreme. So for me, I would categorically say that the contextual inclusion of aspects that promote well-being of humanity and of cohesion and of prospering the nations are the aspects that needs to be contextualized in education, and not anything that does the opposite. The lady that raised Uganda, the lady that raised the issue of, we left out certain things, issues of safety, of engaging the learners, connecting the home and the school, the values that we need to inculcate, as well as the ideals, as well as the pedagogy and the cultural responsiveness. If you looked at what I was saying, probably when you only have 5 minutes to speak, you cut out a lot of things and a lot of explanation. But what I'm saying is the moment you set out local priorities so that you have better capacity and expertise of people that are being educated, then you have to consider all these things. It is indeed a priority, and I do agree fully with her that these aspects are critical and must not be left out. Remember, we say that students are not empty vessels, and they have to be engaged and see the relevance of the education they're going through. Yes, indeed, science is universal, and I like what the speaker said, that there is a political connection to brain drain. But this is where you twist it and use a negative for your positive to try and find ways the continent can actually gain from the brain drain and not necessarily lose completely out of it. But the thing that we need to do as a continent to be able to ensure that very high qualified professionals do not leave is to ensure we have the infrastructure and the environment that would be attractive to them as well. That might take time, but that does not mean that while we are doing that, they are completely useless or locked out from contributing not just to the education, but to the well-being of the continent. So I like the political angle of it. The last two things I think I'll just touch on slightly. Yes, we must think internationally and act globally because that's how we bring relevance. The use of e-technologies is critical because that's the surest way of getting more people in and getting more people touched with the type of education that we want to propagate. So I will wholeheartedly go for virtual education, e-learning, to provide e-platforms that information can be spread more quickly, easily, and interactively. And lastly, I think the conclusion is that the access of global to ensure that we impact the local. Without a doubt, there's no argument from me, so I endorse what the last speaker said. Thank you.
1 minute. 1 minute. Thank you for your comments and recommendation, and it is very fruitful sharing. This is the purpose of this meeting, to share the knowledge and information and to exchange the experience. I think Dr. Jackie, she answered all your question and recommendation. Just I want to say something as a conclusion. Education is not, it is have a different dimension or different partners. Not only the school or the system, but also the community. They have a great impact in order to success. So our panel, it was how, the successful, how our school to be successful at the end, within using or the local context, to succeed or to get to reach at the objective. So we have to cooperate to each other. The community should take part in developing and sharing the knowledge. They have to contribute. Without the contribution of the community, we cannot we cannot reach the end of the goals of education. Thank you for your sharing, and thank you.
Thank you very much, Dr. Subagli. Now please a round of applause for both of them. I think they've done very well. Okay, great. I think we're doing well for time. And now we're looking at social change and what does the academia do, or what can the academia do, or what should the academia do in order to achieve social change. It's a pleasure to invite Professor Obiora Ike, Executive Director, Global Ethics, to please come. I'd also like to invite Professor Roger Frutos to join him, Director for Project Development, Association of Southeastern Asian Institutions of Higher Learning, and Dr. Roberto Ivan Escalante Semerena. Is that you, sir? No, okay. So Dr. Semerena, that's you. So I'm looking for Professor Roger Frutos. Okay, I think we're fine, we're complete. So, are you ready, sir? Okay, fantastic, thank you. So please welcome with me Professor Obiora Ike. A round of applause, please. Thank you. To welcome you, sir, and to be sure that they are with.
We are told to make this presentation short. I would like to start by saying thank you very much for the invitation to be part of this great summit on balanced and inclusive education. I come from Globe Ethics in Geneva, and our greatest input in the world of the academia is to add values and ethics in education. I would like to make just 4 brief points for the simple reason that the academia is being questioned and interrogated to say how they can add value to the topic of education, which we know is about the entire cultural ambient of human beings and societies. The first point to make is that the primary functions of the academia who work in universities are to make positive contributions to society through values. And these values that are based in education empower stakeholders. The stakeholders are students, they are professionals, they are teachers, and even the institutions of higher education themselves. They are empowered with competencies to work towards innovative and horizon-broadening research, which benefits entire society. The second point is to say that the academia have a vital role to play in transformation of society and the sharpening of ethical and critical thinking for all stakeholders. When I go to a higher education to study, the key things that happen is I learn rational thinking, critical inquiry, thinking upon thinking, asking questions, philosophizing, and looking at the higher goals. Education makes me think teleology and also think complexity. This is a role which higher educations play in the world and therefore for society in general. It is not for nothing that the bankers of the future, the presidents of countries, lawyers and legal luminaries, all those who lead society at various areas and levels, family members, professionals, engineers, computer technologists, all these come from higher education institutions. And what they learn, they bring into the larger society. Therefore, if they only acquire knowledge without some level of values and character, society benefits only knowledge and epistemology without the normative. I will say 2 more points and then I've rounded up. Ethics in higher education, therefore, has the potential to promote inclusive societies that respect diversity, that inculcate values, that protect life. They have the responsibility that makes teaching, learning, research, and training serve the common good. The common good of all is that which we call impact research. For example, there is no water in the desert, or food does not grow in specific areas. And we do know that with acquiring knowledge, especially of such that add value, academia transforms society not just from reproduction, but to change. The final point to make is that at globeethics.net in Geneva, we try to grow a consortium of universities and higher education institutions around the topic of integrating ethics in higher education. This is done through the networks and through the consortium members and through the partnerships of universities and associations of higher education institutions around the globe. The impact has been enormous, and it is time to think of how to build signages and coalitions around the topic of making education something worthwhile. Worthwhile means it is worth, because it has value, it has credit, it has ethics, and it adds to the overall goals of society. The agenda of the United Nations 2030 is that no one be left behind. Through education, we can make this happen. The shock and the shame for many countries in the world is when the budget of nations towards education is much less than their budget for defense or other areas of human development. We do know that human development, which starts with critical education, values-driven education, and of course feeding agriculture, are key to development for a society. An appeal, therefore, is being made that nations and actors and those who are stakeholders not only make education stronger in their own work and passion, but that ethics and values-driven education make this happen. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Professor Ike, for that delivery. Now I'll just go right ahead and invite Professor Roger Frutos also for his. And I always ask for the round of applause, so just go ahead. Loud and clear. Round of applause for him, please.
Merci beaucoup, Monsieur le Président de séance. Avant de commencer ma présentation, je voudrais surtout remercier le président de la République de Djibouti, le gouvernement de la République de Djibouti, ainsi que l'Education Relief Fund et tous les organisateurs pour l'invitation à participer à ce colloque et pour leur merveilleux accueil ici. Donc, encore une fois, merci. Et je vais présenter... Ah, normalement, j'avais un diaporama, si on pouvait le démarrer. Is it possible to start the slideshow? Parce que, bon, je vais essayer d'aller plus vite. Je suis ici pour représenter, pour l'instant je peux vous en 2 mots expliquer, je suis ici pour représenter une association d'universités asiatiques et également européenne qui s'appelle l'ASAIN. ASAIN est l'acronyme pour Association of Southeast Asian Institutions of Higher Learning. C'est vraiment gênant si on n'a pas les diaporamas. Ah, voilà, merci beaucoup. Voilà. Donc, je représente ici l'association des institutions sud-est asiatiques d'enseignement supérieur. Suivante, s'il vous plaît. À moins que je puisse la passer moi-même. Voilà. Qu'est-ce que l'ASAIN? En 2 mots, c'est en fait une société, un réseau d'universités qui est en fait une très ancienne institution qui a été créée en 1956, qui regroupe actuellement 245 membres sur un peu plus d'une vingtaine de pays, et qui a été initialement créée comme une ONG, et dont le rôle est bien entendu de promouvoir le développement global dans l'éducation, de promouvoir également des projets innovants en termes de recherche, mais qui n'est pas elle-même impliquée dedans. Elle facilite les échanges, c'est surtout un portail pour clearinghouse, un portail pour permettre des échanges dans les acteurs vraiment actifs. Et cette association, initialement sud-est asiatique, s'est étendue bien au-delà de la région, puisque maintenant elle groupe aussi bien des pays européens que du continent américain. Et pourrais-je avoir la suivante, s'il vous plaît? Et donc, ce que je souhaiterais faire aujourd'hui, c'est de vous présenter d'abord, qu'est-ce qu'était l'ASAIN, et ensuite, ce que nous faisons, ce que nous avons mis en place et pourquoi. En fait, je suis très heureux de présenter ça à ce moment-là, aujourd'hui, tout simplement parce que ce matin, nous avons eu plusieurs présentations vraiment absolument excellentes, et j'ai notamment retenu celle du docteur Wengo et celle du professeur Nkunu, qui vraiment ont très très bien résumé la philosophie qui a sous-tendu nos actions. Là, je vais surtout vous parler d'éducation supérieure, d'université, où les problèmes sont différents de ceux que l'on peut rencontrer quand on est à un niveau d'éducation avant l'université. Nous n'avons pas vraiment un problème d'inclusivité au sens où on peut l'entendre. C'est pas ça le problème vraiment. Il y a bien entendu, le problème existe parce que les gens qui viennent à l'université ont déjà dû passer par les niveaux précédents où peut-être ces problèmes-là sont plus importants. Donc, on en voit quand même des conséquences. Mais ce n'est pas exactement ça que l'on vit. Ceci dit, la discrimination existe, mais elle est différente. Elle est basée surtout sur un autre niveau. Elle est basée sur, par exemple, l'université d'origine. Sur la capacité, la réputation en recherche, en innovation. Donc le modèle de société. Elle est basée également sur le pays. C'est pas exactement la même chose, mais c'est quand même très important. Et c'est un souci. C'est un souci parce que c'est un modèle qu'on tente d'imposer à tout le monde. Et ce n'est pas forcément une très bonne idée. C'est notamment, et ce modèle, on le voit s'imposer fortement avec la culture du ranking, des notes, qui est apparu ces 10 dernières années, des notes qui sont données annuellement, notamment par l'université Jiatong de Shanghai, en Chine, et qui notent en fonction. Et tout le monde essaie d'aller vers cette course à la notation, à la reconnaissance. On essaie d'imposer le même modèle à tout le monde, ce n'est pas forcément une très très bonne chose. Et ça génère aussi d'autres problèmes, qui sont que... on rentre dans un jeu d'imitation, on essaie d'imiter un autre modèle qui n'est pas forcément adapté, et puis les gens qu'on envoie se former partent et ne reviennent pas. Il y a un problème de fuite des cerveaux aussi, qui est très important lié à cela. Suivante, s'il vous plaît. Je vais essayer d'accélérer parce qu'on m'a demandé de tenir le plus court le plus temps possible. Suivante, s'il vous plaît. Diapositive suivante. Voilà. Donc comment peut-on essayer d'aller au-delà de ça? Suivante. Notre philosophie, elle se résume très bien avec une phrase prononcée il y a très 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 longtemps par Confucius. C'est en fait, il ne faut pas du tout chercher l'uniformité, il faut chercher l'harmonie. Quelque chose qui a été redit plusieurs fois aujourd'hui. C'est très important de chercher la synergie, la complémentarité, non pas d'imposer le même modèle à tout le monde. Suivante, s'il vous plaît. Diapositive suivante. Voilà. Donc, pour nous, l'objectif est de développer vraiment un vrai programme international, de vrais programmes internationaux d'éducation supérieure. Suivante, s'il vous plaît. Et comment faire cela? Suivante. Voilà. Donc, nous avons créé, au sein de l'Azaïn, un programme que nous avons intitulé Azaïn Mundus, par référence au programme européen Erasmus Mundus, où l'objectif est de créer de vrais programmes internationaux, pas d'exporter l'enseignement d'une université à une autre. L'objectif pour nous est de ne pas avoir de pays leaders et de pays suiveurs. Non, tout le monde est au même niveau. Et le programme est un programme créé à partir de rien, complètement nouveau, ex nihilo. Et c'est le même programme pour tout le monde. Il n'y a pas de transfert. Et notre objectif était aussi d'éviter fortement le drainage des cerveaux. Pour cela, qu'est-ce que nous faisons? Nous faisons exclusivement de l'enseignement à distance, en utilisant de la visioconférence, pas de MOOCs, associé à des diplômes qui sont décernés par les universités. Un des objectifs majeurs est de garder les gens qui sont le plus importants pour un pays dans leur pays. De ne pas les faire bouger, donner toute la formation possible, une formation internationale, mais qu'ils restent là où ils sont le plus utiles. Et bien sûr, d'adapter cela à la technologie moderne. Suivant, s'il vous plaît. Diapositive suivante, merci. Voilà. Donc, bon, je vais aller très vite. Vraiment, ce dont nous avons besoin aujourd'hui, c'est d'utiliser la technologie moderne, mais à bon escient. De l'utiliser de façon à favoriser l'émergence de nouveaux programmes. Suivante, s'il vous plaît. Voilà. Donc, pour nous, et ça c'est très important, c'était d'utiliser très efficacement et correctement notre situation actuelle où nous sommes dans l'ère du 4.0. Hein. Donc on ne cherche pas à faire une course à la formation individuelle en ligne, etc., mais au contraire à maintenir un environnement social qui est essentiel au transfert de technologies et à la bonne formation, hein, et à la bonne éducation. On n'a pas besoin de biorobots, de robots humains qui se forment sur Internet avec des quiz. On a besoin de cerveaux créatifs, on a besoin de cerveaux imaginatifs, innovateurs, qui sont formés par contact avec d'autres cerveaux créatifs. On ne veut pas jouer dans l'individualisme, on veut renforcer les contacts entre les gens, mais en utilisant la technologie. Suivant, s'il vous plaît. Voilà. C'est quelque chose que nous faisons déjà. Hein. Simplement, aujourd'hui, nous utilisons les technologies de visioconférence, etc. Demain, nous utiliserons des salles de classe virtuelles avec de la réalité augmentée. Mais ce qui est important, ce n'est pas la salle de classe ou quelle forme elle a. Elle peut très bien former une forme virtuelle. Ce qui est important, c'est de garder ce contact social et cette organisation sociale. On utilise la technologie, on ne veut pas devenir l'esclave de cette technologie. Suivant. J'ai fini. Suivante. Voilà. Donc là, nous avons monté un programme qui démarre l'an prochain, qui est basé, qui est inspiré des programmes européens, des Joint Master Curricula européens. Hein, et par exemple, le premier curriculum que nous avons monté, qui s'appelle DYNAMED, le master, qui veut dire Dynamic and Emergence of Infectious Diseases, c'est quelque chose qui est monté sous le chapeau de la ZAID, qui contient un réseau de 5 universités, 2 en Europe, France et Pologne, Montpellier, Varsovie, et 3 universités en Asie, en Thaïlande, Malaisie, Indonésie. Et chacun participe, suivante s'il vous plaît, chacun participe au montage de ce programme en participant à l'enseignement et en proposant une partie des cours. Le programme qui est monté entièrement. Donc tout le monde a quelque chose à apporter. L'objectif est vraiment quelque chose de haut niveau du point de vue standard, en utilisant les nouvelles technologies, et les étudiants recevront 2 diplômes d'université, certificats des autres universités, 2 diplômes, tout en étant complètement sponsorisés par le secteur privé au travers de bourses, de scholarships. Hein. Et ça, c'est le premier que nous avons développé. Hein, sur les maladies, mais notre objectif est pour ce genre de projet et de formation partagée, c'est de cibler systématiquement des thèmes importants au niveau mondial. Global issues, c'est ça qui est le plus important pour nous. Les maladies émergentes, c'en est un. Le cancer, par exemple, en est un autre. La gestion peut-être des déchets, en particulier des déchets plastiques, la biodiversité, le changement environnemental. Tout ceci sont des thématiques qui intéressent tout le monde et sur lesquelles tout le monde a un rôle à jouer pour faire une véritable formation internationale. Voilà, suivante. Voilà. Bien entendu, nous nous appuyons sur des plateformes technologiques, mais nous ne sommes pas les esclaves. Suivante. Voilà. Bon, voilà. Bon, pour nous, c'est une opportunité de faire de créer de nouvelles bases en s'adaptant au nouveau monde, s'il vous plaît, mais pas de façon inconsidérée. Et je vais m'arrêter là, s'il vous plaît, la dernière. Voilà, en vous remerciant pour votre attention.
Okay, thank you. Let's have Dr. Semerena, if you please. Now you're getting the hang of it. Thank you, thank you, thank you. I hope you can do, what, 5 minutes? Yeah, that's fantastic. Okay, you can go on. It's this one that works.
Thank you. Well, good afternoon, ladies and gentlemen. First of all, I would like to thank the organizers of this very important forum for inviting me, to talk about this topic, which I think is interesting and important. Well, in the next few years and the next few decades, the University of Bologna will celebrate its 1,000th anniversary of being founded. And what I want to say about that is that universities, because I also talk about universities, I know that there are other levels of education, but in this case I would like to refer to universities, have always accompanied humanity and have shaped humanity in many respects, have done things that in some cases have created good results and in other cases bad results. So let me just give you some examples. The atomic revolution, that was created in universities, shaped the world in a definite way. And nowadays we know that that is an important factor, economic, social, political factor. The Green Revolution was another creation of university products, if I can call it that way, and that also shaped the world, creating new institutions. Very interestingly, the Green Revolution, the slogan of the Green Revolution was fighting hunger. And the Green Revolution created more hunger, but changed society in many parts all over the world. The internet is another example that has also been a product of universities that have shaped the world. Nowadays, being here, you can switch on your telephone, your smart telephone, and find out exactly in a moment what is happening at the other side of the earth. So universities have shaped very much the role or the way humanity has developed always. So when we try to talk about social revolution and social change and the responsibility of academia, we have to think in which context we are doing that. Mr. Mansour mentioned that the knowledge is not neutral when he talks in the opening ceremony. And let me say that in the last 40 years, or 50 perhaps, all the world was received a series of promises that were created, was another creation of universities. What I want to say is that when multilateralism and the neoliberalism started, we were promised that we were going to be much better, that they were going to create more wealth, that we were going to have more employment, that welfare in general was going to happen. And those are, as we know, unfulfilled promises that we are suffering nowadays. Certainly more wealth has been created, not many jobs have been created, and the world is more unequal than ever. Africa and Latin America are the most unequal regions of the world. I have some slides that I wanted to show you, but unfortunately it cannot be projected. But you can see, according to the data that is available, that for instance, South Africa is one of the most unequal regions or countries in the world. So what we have to do then is to think, okay, universities have a social responsibility, and they are playing an important role in social reproduction. What then can be the possibility of really making good solutions or producing good solutions from universities? In my view, we have to politicize universities. Let me explain what I understand by that. What we need to do is not to introduce political parties into universities. That's not what I mean when I say we have to politicize universities. When I say that we have to politicize universities, is that we have to discuss everything that happens in the society, in the universities. And that is not happening nowadays in many universities. Many universities are more worried about how they imitate other educational models, or how they are positioned in the rankings, or how the professors are publishing in journals that in the best indexes in the world. But they are not discussing what is happening, with climate change. Climate change, for instance, is more a worry of the governments, of the NGOs, rather than universities. Universities are not leading the research about climate change. The same happens with many other topics. What then, if we really want to shape society, and influence society in a better way and respond to what has been happening nowadays, because as I said, this topic cannot be analyzed in a vacuum, is to politicize universities. Universities have to take responsibility on every aspect that happens in society. I leave that discussion for further questions. Thank you.
Okay, fantastic. Well, I was asked, and I made them a promise that I'll get you out latest by 5:30, because this place has to be rearranged and all that. So I'll take just 5 minutes, perhaps, for quick comments, quick 15-second comments, and then we can break briefly for tea. Okay, all the hands are here. I start here again. Yes, sir, just that one hand at the very back. The gentleman at the very back. Yes.
Oui, Omar Ali Farah du CFF, du Centre de formation des enseignants de Djibouti. Alors ma question est la suivante. Alors, dans un monde où la science et la technologie ont aujourd'hui un impact considérable dans la vie, et où les universités ont de plus en plus à répondre à un impératif de rentabilité et d'utilité pratique, que peuvent aujourd'hui encore apporter les études des humanités à des étudiants d'aujourd'hui ou à la société en général? Parce qu'on ne peut pas échapper souvent à l'université aux questions donc à quoi donc peuvent encore nous servir la littérature, la philosophie, l'anthropologie ou d'autres études des humanités à notre époque, aujourd'hui.
Thank you. Thank you very much. Now I come here, I take that hand to the, no, Marie, I think. Marie, is that you? Yes. Yes, you. Uh-oh. You're not seeing me. Okay, so you take the chance. Right.
Is it me you're talking to? Okay, thank you very much. So all three presenters were great and they were really speaking from my heart. So I will, among many questions, interesting questions, I will ask one. So what do they think about this postmodern tendency that we are facing in academia now, that science is not considered as the only truth anymore, but just one of the narratives, one of the possible interpretations. And of course it's combined with a political correctness and a kind of a right. So everyone has the right to his own opinion, and scientific narrative is only one of the possible. So that's also, of course, the cause of all those post-truth interpretation and all the alternative truths, which are simply lies, but now they are called alternative truths, and you cannot beat them with the science, because everyone has the right to have one. So how do we beat it? How do we face this challenge in academia?
Fantastic question. I saw one hand on that side, did I? Okay, let me take yours, and that's the last one I'll take. Yes, sir. No, at the back. Yes.
Merci, Monsieur Abdi Derir, directeur général de l'enseignement. Je crois que les présentations portées par les universitaires sont très intéressantes. On vient d'élargir un peu le champ de compréhension et ça motive tout le monde. Par contre, j'ai un petit moment où je suis resté un matin concernant la présentation, concernant les attitudes de la communauté face à l'éducation. L'intervenant qui devait présenter, d'ailleurs il n'est pas là pour le moment, aurait dû peut-être approfondir le sujet au lieu de rester tout simplement sur les actes qui ont été faits au sein de l'université. Par exemple, on a assisté à ce que les étudiants ont disposé d'un véhicule ou d'un transport ou bien de l'uniforme. C'était un fait qu'on aurait dû souhaiter quelque chose d'approfondi pour éclairer davantage le débat aujourd'hui qui est très important. Merci à vous.
Thank you, sir. Now, can I give you a minute each to react to anything you want to there? Thank you. Go ahead. Okay.
The questions are very valid and they are very important. Of course, in 1 minute, you can answer all these 3 important questions. I'll just want to address one from, I think, Dr. Popovich, which spoke to the complexity of objectivity and subjectivism in the world of science and technology. We live in both worlds. We live in the world of particulars and in the world of universals. We live in the world of experiences and in the world of projections. It is an oscillation that had been there from time immemorial. How do you balance experience with that which is, which can be, and which may not be? It is a continuous search between truth and that which it is not. And it is between reality and that which is perception or illusion. It is the work of science. It is the work of experience. It is the work of cultures, even of traditions and religions, to keep this debate alive. But I can tell you just in one sentence, there is a difference between a truth and a lie. There is a difference. There is a difference when we sit in this hall to distinguish colors, not because they are absolutely there, but because we have harmony around those things we call values and virtues. So when we say respect for life, when we speak about integrity, when we talk such things that mean inclusiveness, or we talk languages that create a balancing point for human beings to have their own space. It is not about dictatorship, it is not about alienation, it is about common grounds. And in ethics and in values, we have grounds for these common things, for these common grounds, because they respect diversity, they respect inclusion, they respect integrity, and they have an openness to even learn more. It is a long journey, but definitely a good one. Thank you for your question.
Thank you, sir. Professor Frutos, you want to come?
Merci beaucoup. Moi, je vais essayer peut-être de répondre aux 2 premières questions. Tout d'abord, en ce qui concerne le rôle de la philosophie en sciences, c'est absolument fondamental. Je citerai simplement François Rabelais, qui au Moyen-Âge avait déjà dit que science sans conscience n'est que ruine de l'âme. C'est parfaitement vrai. Un élément fondamental dans toute formation scientifique, c'est l'épistémologie. C'est la philosophie et l'histoire des sciences. On ne peut pas faire de bonne science si on n'a pas une conscience philosophique. Abandonner la philosophie au profit de la technologie, c'est une erreur fondamentale. Voilà, ça c'est clairement mon opinion. C'est une matière extrêmement importante. Maintenant, sur la deuxième question, c'était sur... The second question was... Oh, I forgot the second question. Oh. Well, never mind.
Thank you. Well, this time the loss of memory works in my favor. Okay, sir, please go.
Well, thank you for the questions. Unfortunately, I couldn't listen well, to the question that the lady, raised. But I would like to refer to the first question that was put forward. What is the role of humanities and social sciences? Well, the vision that we encounter normally, and in the case of Latin America, I can tell you the case of Brazil. The Minister of Education of Brazil has said that those who would like to study humanities and social sciences should pay for it, because they don't create wealth. So if those sciences do not create wealth, are not worthwhile. So it's a luxury. And therefore they, as he says, Mr. Winthrop is his name, the students should pay a fee when they go to university if they want to learn anthropology, philosophy, sociology, and the rest. But the problem is, in my view, according to the French professor, that the problem is not technology. It's not technology. Technology is there and will grow rapidly and continue, it will continue growing. The main problems that we face nowadays in the world are social, are political. And that refers to philosophy. What kind of society do we want? What is the point of having an engineer who is able to construct a bridge that is very well constructed, but nobody uses it? What is the point? So I will say that humanities and social sciences are the crucial thing nowadays if we want to be able, from universities, to say something about how society should go. Thank you.
Thank you very much, and especially for touching on something that someone asked about that I don't think was answered yet. Apologies to all speakers if you feel rushed. However, like I said, I've been asked and I made a promise and I'll keep it. So we'll have a 10-minute break for coffee. You can call it a coffee break or a toilet break. So please, 10 minutes and we'll be right back. We have 2 sessions left and we intend to get that done before 5:30. Thank you very much. Please, the speakers for the next session, I would love that you get ready and speak for 5 minutes. Thank you very much. 10 minutes break, and let's do that quickly and get back in here.
بتنظيم هذا المنتدى الهام حول التعليم المتوازن والشامل. المنظمة العربية للتربية والثقافة والعلوم الأليكسو هي منظمة تابعة لجامعة الدول العربية ولها عضوية 22 دولة عربية، وطبعا جيبوتي هي دولة عربية منضوية تحت لواء جامعة الدول العربية. منظمة الأليكسو تحتفل هذه السنة بخمسينيتها، 50 سنة في خدمة التربية والثقافة والعلوم، في خدمة العمل العربي المشترك. وفي الحقيقة في مسيرة نصف قرن قامت المنظمة ببعث العديد من المشاريع والعديد من الخطط والاستراتيجيات، ولعل آخرها خطة تطوير التعليم في الوطن العربي 2009-2019. وقامت ببعث العديد من المشاريع الاستراتيجية العربية. وفي مداخلتي، وهي مداخلة قصيرة كما طلب منا السيد الرئيس، سأحاول أن أركز الضوء أكثر على دور التكنولوجيا في تحقيق التعليم المتوازن والتعليم الشامل، خاصة ونحن نعيش اليوم على مشارف الثورة الصناعية الرابعة. فكما تعرفون الثورة الصناعية الأولى كانت بداية من 1784 حيث عرف هذا التاريخ استخدام الآلات والمصانع، ثم الثورة الصناعية الثانية كانت بداية من 1870 حيث استعملت الطاقة الكهربائية وخاصة خولت خطوط الإنتاج الصناعية الكبيرة. ثم بداية من 1969 الثورة الصناعية الثالثة والتي عرفت خاصة الأتمتة واستخدام الكمبيوتر والأجهزة الإلكترونية. ونحن اليوم نعيش الثورة الصناعية الرابعة والتي عرفت خاصة استخدام الروبوتات وإنترنت الأشياء وخاصة تقنيات وتكنولوجيات الذكاء الاصطناعي. لذلك فإنه من الأهمية بمكان التهيؤ لهذه الثورة الصناعية من عدة نواحي. أولا من ناحية الاستشراف والمواكبة لهذه التطورات السريعة لهذه التكنولوجيا، محاولة توطينها وتوظيفها لخدمة التعليم. ثانيا أعداد البرامج والمقررات وخاصة الجامعية، فكما هو معروف هذه الثورة الصناعية الرابعة والذكاء الاصطناعي سيضفي إلى مهن جديدة، والمتوقع أنه أكثر من 50,000 عمل أو مهنة ستندثر بحلول هذه التكنولوجيات، وهناك مهن جديدة ستنشأ. لذلك فليس من المعقول أن تواصل جامعاتنا أن تهيئ وتعطي شهادات لمهن ستندثر في القريب العاجل. لذلك واجب جدا على واضع السياسات أن تتهيأ وأن تستشرف وتهيئ لهذه الثورة وتهيئ لاستيعاب هذه التكنولوجيا والإعداد للمهن الجديدة. الناحية الثالثة هي طبعا تهيئة الموارد البشرية لتوظيف هذه التكنولوجيا والاستفادة القصوى منها. وفي الحقيقة المنظمة خلال السنوات الأخيرة بعثت العديد من المشاريع، أهمها استراتيجيات اعتماد تكنولوجيا الحوسبة السحابية في مؤسسات التعليم العربية، ما يسمى بالكلاود كومبيوتنج، كيف تعتمد هذه التكنولوجيا بطريقة ممنهجة، بطريقة علمية، بطريقة موضوعية. ثانيا مشروع النهوض بالتطبيقات الجوالة وصناعة الذكاء خاصة لتمكين الشباب العربي من هذه التكنولوجيا والتشجيع على صناعة الذكاء وصناعة هذه التطبيقات والتموقع في السوق العالمية لهذه الصناعة الجديدة. مشروع النهوض بالموارد التعليمية المفتوحة، وهو في الحقيقة ما يسمى بالOpen Educational Resources، وهو أظن أنه مشروع هام جدا والموارد التعليمية المفتوحة تصب خاصة في المساهمة في تحقيق الهدف الرابع من أهداف التنمية المستدامة، وهو التعليم المنصف والشامل الجيد والتعلم مدى الحياة. وأنا أعتقد جازما بأن الموارد التعليمية المفتوحة تصب أساسا في ديمقراطية التعليم وفي تمكين كافة المتعلمين في كافة البلدان، خاصة في البلدان الفقيرة، من النفاذ إلى موارد تعليمية رقمية مفتوحة وبالمجان. ولذلك فإن المنظمة العربية للتربية والثقافة والعلوم بعثت مشروعا هاما استراتيجيا وخلقت فضاء مشتركا لكل الدول العربية، وهي منصة الأليكسو للموارد التعليمية المفتوحة والموجودة على موقع ويب المنظمة. هو فضاء عربي مشترك ل 22 دولة عربية، وهناك في هذه المنصة فضاء مخصص لكل دولة، حتى الدول العربية تتشارك في صناعة واستخدام واستعمال هذه الموارد التعليمية المفتوحة. كذلك ونحن نتكلم عن التعليم الشامل، لابد أن نتكلم عن الأشخاص ذوي الإعاقة، والمنظمة بعثت مؤخرا ورسمت ونشرت الاستراتيجية العربية للنهوض بمؤسسات التعليم للأشخاص ذوي الإعاقة في الوطن العربي. وفي دقيقة just 1 minute أود لأن حتى نكون في إطار هذه الجلسة في مجال التعاون جنوب جنوب، أرى أن دور التعاون الدولي هو دور محوري. دور التعاون الدولي بين الشمال والجنوب وبين الجنوب جنوب هو دور محوري لتقليص الفجوة الرقمية وللمساهمة في تحقيق الهدف الرابع من أهداف التنمية المستدامة. فلا بد من التعاون، لا بد من إعانة الدول، خاصة الدول الفقيرة، في إعانتها خاصة في إيجاد البنى التحتية اللازمة لهذه التكنولوجيا، خاصة شبكات الاتصال، شبكات الإنترنت، لأنه نعتقد أن التكنولوجيا اليوم أصبحت في محور العملية التعليمية. لا نستطيع أن نتكلم عن تقدم في التعليم، عن تطوير التعليم، عن تعليم ذا جودة بدون توظيف هذه التكنولوجيات، لأن توظيف التكنولوجيات والتمرس والتحكم في هذه التكنولوجيات هو الذي أصبح يحكم تقدم الدول، وهو المحك وهو السلاح الجديد في هذه الثورة الرابعة التي تتنافس الدول على التحكم فيها واستغلالها في كل المجالات. ونحن الذي يهمنا اليوم في هذا المنتدى هو التعليم. فلا بد من توطين هذه التكنولوجيات، لا بد من توظيفها، ولا بد من التعاون الدولي خاصة جنوب جنوب وجنوب شمال، حتى تتمكن كل الدول من هذه التكنولوجيا، وحتى كل الدول تستطيع أن تتجه نحو 2030، وغايتنا كلنا هو تحقيق الهدف الرابع من أهداف التنمية المستدامة. وشكرا. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Professor Jenin. I invite Professor El Adidi for his brief remarks. Thank you. So 5 minutes.
بسم الله الرحمن الرحيم. Ladies and gentlemen, I would like first to express my gratitude to the Education Relief Foundation and the Republic of Djibouti for their kind invitation to attend this very important forum. I was asked to talk about South-South cooperation, and I think it plays an indispensable role in today's development. It represents a shared vision among the peoples and countries of the South that is shaped by close historical realities, similar development pathways, as well as shared challenges. Every country has something to bring to the table in a common attempt to find and share solutions that are both cost-effective and easier to adapt to each country's unique situation. The 2030 Agenda and its sustainable development goals acknowledge the critical role South-South cooperation plays in global development. I wanted to emphasize on how South-South cooperation represents an opportunity to achieve the 2030 Agenda for sustainable development as globally agreed upon blueprint for peace and prosperity for people and the planet. APSO, this is the organization I'm honored to preside on, believes in the importance of South-South cooperation to generate both new ideas and concrete projects, and also as a means to enable voices from the global South to drive innovation and promote development. South-South cooperation refers to the technical cooperation among developing countries in the global South. It is a tool used by the states, international organizations, academics, and civil society, and the private sector to collaborate and share knowledge, skills, and successful initiatives in specific areas such as agriculture, development, human rights, urbanization, health care, climate change. The countries of the South have contributed to more than half of the world's growth in recent years. Intra-South trade is higher than ever, accounting for more than a quarter of all world trade. The outflows of foreign direct investment from the South represent a third of the global flows, and remittances from migrant workers to low and middle income countries reached $466 billion last year, which helped lift millions of families out of poverty. And here I want to emphasize on the UN Secretary General, who said that the ambitious and transformational 2030 Agenda for Sustainable Development cannot be achieved without the ideas, energy, and tremendous ingenuity of the countries of the global South. Together with political dialogue and financial cooperation, South-South cooperation has promoted a large number of knowledge and expertise exchanges through programs, projects, and initiatives that have helped solve specific problems in the countries of the global South. Last November, the UN Office for South South-South cooperation, published a document gathering more than 100 successful experiences that have contributed to the development of countries around the world. The publication contains examples from all regions of the world that demonstrate the potential success of South-South cooperation. Cuba's, one example, Cuba's support in the fight against Ebola in the West Africa. Mexico's experience in diversifying corn products to improve health and nutrition in Kenya. Third, the knowledge of strategies to reduce hunger shared by Colombia to Mesoamerican countries, and the lessons from Chile to the Caribbean countries on product labeling as a measure to end obesity, among many others. Finally, I need to emphasize on the commitment of the United Nations in its resolution 3251 74 endorsed the establishment of a special unit within the United Nations Development Program, United Nations Office for South-South Cooperation, to promote technical cooperation among the developing countries and to enhance local capacity in developing countries by supporting local institutions, expertise, and human resources, and national systems where appropriate, in contribution to national development priorities at the request of the developing country. The forum is expected to play a vital role in shaping the region's perspective and promoting innovative partnership and approaches to make South-South cooperation more effective. As usual with me, I always have a dream to say. Regarding South-South cooperation, I dream that very soon there would be division of the South into regions. Each region has a common market, unified monetary system, and lastly, making easy the movements of men and money across the borders of the countries of the South. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much, and thank you for that round of applause. So last for this session, I gladly invite Dr. Sharon Chow, who, having been a moderator, knows that it has to be 5 minutes.
No, I owe you one. I owe you one. Hello, good afternoon again. I beg your indulgence. This is the second time that you get to see me on stage in the same day, but I am here to fill in for my director, who unfortunately cannot join us in this summit. So let me begin, because our moderator is quite strict with time. Let me start by saying that a good example of South-South cooperation is actually the Southeast Asian Ministers of Education Organization, or SIMIO. It is an intergovernmental Hello. Can you hear it? Yeah, you can hear me? Okay. Okay, no lights. Yeah, it's working, sir. So as I said earlier, a good example of South-South cooperation, well, at least one of the good examples, I would say, would be the Southeast Asian Ministers of Education Organization, an intergovernmental body that was created way back in 1965. This was during the Vietnam War. This is one of the oldest regional organizations created by the Ministers of Education in the region. As a regional organization, SIMIO has 11 member countries in Southeast Asia, and this includes Brunei Darussalam, Cambodia, Indonesia, Lao PDR, Malaysia, Myanmar, the Philippines, Singapore, Thailand, Timor-Leste, and Vietnam. SIMIO predates the ASEAN. I'm sure you're more familiar with the ASEAN, the Association of Southeast Asian Nations, by 2 years. The special focus of SIMIO is actually in the areas of education, science, and culture. SIMIO has 26 specialized centers in Southeast Asia. Almost all of the 11 member countries is hosting a SIMIO center, with the exception of Timor-Leste. My organization, SIMIO Innotech, or the regional organization in charge of educational innovation, is one of the 26 SIMIO centers. The center is hosted in the Philippines and serves the education development requirements, particularly of school heads and teachers in Southeast Asia. Let me speak about South-South cooperation from the lens of my center, SIMIO Innotech, and how it is able to realize this through the programs and projects that we do. As an innovation center, SIMIO Innotech has a unique responsibility to incubate, field test, evaluate, and do technology transfer of its successful education programs to the member Ministry of Education as well as partner institutions in Southeast Asia. Our vision is both, I would say, audacious and inspired. The vision is to build a better future for every learner in Southeast Asia. Now, to realize or to approximate at least this vision, we need to have a strong partnerships with within and outside Southeast Asia. Also, we need to be able to, or we should be able to approximate this vision if we focus our limited resources on the development of programs, particularly programs that will help improve on the performance of school heads and teachers in the region. Doing so requires a good appreciation of the development requirements of school heads as well as teachers in 11 member countries in Southeast Asia. Now, you might be asking why the school heads? We feel that it is crucial to include the school heads because development organizations usually skip the school head and go directly and train the teachers without appreciating that the school heads are very important linchpin in the development process. Nothing happens in school without the support of the school heads. Part of our intervention for school head is the creation or the identification of a regional competency framework for them. And we have identified 5 crucial competencies of a successful school heads in Southeast Asia. This includes strategic thinking and innovation, big picture thinking. The second competency is managerial leadership. This is day-to-day management of the school. The third is on instructional leadership, okay, which differentiates a school manager from a bank manager. The fourth is on the area of community engagement and stakeholders engagement, and the last one is on personal excellence. Moving on to teachers, we also were able to craft a regional competency framework, and we refer to it as the Southeast Asian Teacher Competency Framework, or the CTCF. And we were able to get the approval of all the 11 member countries on a set of 4 essential competencies of what makes a successful teacher in Southeast Asia. And this includes, 1, the ability to know what is being taught. I have a mastery of the subject matter. Second is helping my students learn. Third is engaging the community, particularly the parents and the caregivers. And then lastly, becoming a better teacher every day. Yeah. What is important in all this is, and I think what works for us in drafting a regional framework, is the general idea that we are not in any way supplanting or replacing the national standards of all the 11 member countries. We always tell them that the regional framework is there to enhance and to enrich the existing standards for school heads and teachers. That's the reason why we are able to come up with speed. On the average, it took us, I think, 6 to 8 months to be able to get the approval and clearance from the different ministries in adopting these regional frameworks. So I think that's a very good example of what it takes to have this South-South cooperation. Thank you and good afternoon.
Thank you, Sharon. Well, because we're really running out of time, I won't allow them to talk anymore. But if there's anybody who can say what they have to say, if you really have something to say, in 30 seconds, I'll allow you. And I'll take just 2. If you can do it in 30 seconds, anybody. Okay, just you, sir. I'll take only 1.
Sorry, but I just want to say that this is a myth that we are facing. And what I mean by that, if we collaborate South and South, things are solved. I mean, as far as cooperation is concerned. I don't agree that that's by definition true. I mean, we have to really go more into details about what is a good relationship. And that could be South-South or North-South as well. So it's just that I wanted to say that it's a myth that if we collaborate among the South, things will go well.
Thank you very much, sir. It's a great way to end the session, which is to say we just need to think about a good relationship. Not South, South, whatever it is. What makes a good relationship, that's all. Thank you very much. A round of applause for the panelists in this session. And while they go, let me invite those for the next session, which is our final session. On rethinking international financing, securing education as a public good for all. So can I invite His Excellency Abdullah Salem Lamlas, the Minister of Education from Yemen, Architect Sonny Chono, the Permanent Secretary, Federal Ministry of Education from Nigeria, Professor Abdul Jalil Akari from the University of Geneva, and lastly, Mr. Baltazar Ogier, Executive Director, Union de Responsabilidad Social Universitaria Latinoamericana, USULA. So I think yes, I have 1, 2, 3, 4. Is His Excellency ready, or I go on straight to the next speaker, and his will come afterwards? No, my chair. Okay. Wait, so His Excellency, Abdullah Lamlas, Minister of Education, Yemen. Please, sir. Please, 5 minutes. 5 minutes.
No.
Please.
No.
Yes, please.
No. Same.
They want to, yes, 5 minutes.
Yes, sir.
Five
Okay,
minutes,
okay,
yes.
okay.
5 minutes, please. They really have to do something here. Thank you.
مساء الخير بداية والسلام عليكم. سيرافقني فيديو جرافيك عن الكلمة التي سألقيها بالعربي. وبداية نحن في الجمهورية اليمنية نشارك في هذا المنتدى العالمي بوفد رفيع المستوى من وزيرين هما وزير التعليم العالي الدكتور حسين بسلامة، وزير التربية والتعليم، وثلاثة رؤساء من الجامعات اليمنية. الحديث سيدور عن الأوضاع التي تعيشها اليمن، وأن التعليم في خطر. التعليم في خطر في الجمهورية اليمنية بسبب الانقلاب العسكري الميليشيات المسلحة الحوثية. ارتكب الانقلابيون في صنعاء سلسلة طويلة من الانتهاكات والجرائم ضد التعليم منذ الانقلاب العسكري القاسم الذي قادوه ضد الحكومة اليمنية الشرعية في 21 من سبتمبر 2014. وعلى مدى سنوات الانقلاب شهد التعليم بمناطق سيطرة الجماعة انتكاسة كبيرة متجها نحو المجهول. ففي عام واحد فقط سجلت 396 حالة تجنيد للأطفال دون السن القانونية، 3277 حالة نهب للمرتبات والمساعدات الإغاثية، 8929 حالة فصل وظيفي للمعارضين للانقلاب في صنعاء، 65 حالة اعتداء على وقفات احتجاجية سلمية للمعلمين، 2903 فعاليات أقامها الانقلابيون لطمس الهوية الوطنية، 8370 حالة نزوح بين المعلمين. وفي وقت سابق أطلقت الأمم المتحدة تحذيراتها عبر تقارير عدة من أن الحرب التي تعيش عامها الخامس في اليمن قد أعاقت البلاد 20 عاما من حيث التنمية والوصول إلى التعليم، وأغلقت آلاف المدارس، ولا يستطيع ملايين الأطفال الالتحاق بالمدرسة، ويفتقدون جيلا من التعليم. فقد بلغ عدد المدارس المتأثرة من الحرب ما يقرب من 2500 مدرسة، حيث أصبحت غير صالحة للاستخدام نتيجة تعرضها للتدمير الكلي أو الجزئي، أو تحويلها من قبل الانقلابيين إلى ثكنات عسكرية منتهكة في ذلك القانون الدولي الإنساني. وفي دراسة تقييم وضع الخدمات الأساسية في اليمن الصادرة عن اليونيسف أن 4,700,000 طالب طفل في التعليم الأساسي والثانوي لا يجدون فرصة للتعليم، أي أن 81% من إجمالي الطلاب في حاجة إلى المساعدات لضمان استمرار تعليمهم. ونؤكد أن نحو 2 مليون طفل خارج المدرسة يمثلون أكثر من ربع الأطفال في سن المدرسة، و1,071,000 طفل ناجحون داخليا يحتاجون إلى المساعدة، و12,636 حادثة اختطاف وإخفاء قسري قام بها الإنقلابيون صنعاء بحق المدنيين خلال عام 2019، حيث بلغت حالات الاختطاف 10,099 حالة بينهم معلمين وطلاب، كما أن أكثر من 1,300 معلم قتلوا منذ اشتعال الحرب في مارس 2015. وحتى اليوم فيما تعرض قرابة 3,600 منهم للاعتقال والإخفاء القسري. وتسببت هذه الحرب بتحويل أكثر من 20% من المعلمين إلى ممارسة أعمال قتالية، ولجأ المئات منهم إلى ممارسة أعمال أخرى نتيجة توقف مرتبات أكثر من 170,000 تربوي منذ أعوام. فقد قتل حوالي 1,500 من المعلمين في القطاع التعليمي، بينهم معلمون ومعلمات، وإصابة 2,400 معلم ومعلمة. قد سجل في صنعاء أعلى نسبة من المخفيين قسريا بمعتقلات الإنقلابيين بواقع 12 حالة، فيما توزع الباقون على بقية المحافظات التي لا تزال تحت سيطرتهم. كما تم هدم 44 منزلا من منازل المعلمين باستخدام الألقام في صعدة وعمران وحجة وصنعاء. ونؤكد أن 60% من إجمالي العاملين بالقطاع التعليمي باليمن البالغ عددهم 290,000 موظف لم يحصلوا على مرتباتهم من 3 أعوام بعد أن نهبها الإنقلابيون وسخرها لإتباعهم للمجهود الحربي. لذلك هذه الأرقام والبيانات التي عرضناها عليكم بحاجة إلى تمويل دولي بحسب عنوان هذه الفقرة من الاجتماع. شكرا جزيلا.
Thank you very much, sir. Now the Permanent Secretary, Federal Ministry of Education, Nigeria, Architect Chono.
I bring very warm felicitations to the organizers of this very important summit. And I will start by stating the obvious, that there is a shared acceptance that education is the bedrock of human experience, and learning is a lifelong activity. However, disparities in access to education and its outcomes, both at the national and personal levels, have profound impact and consequences on both income, social mobility, health, and well-being. Indeed, the growing inequalities act as push factors for migration, as we have seen in the recent past, the fuel conflicts, and also for social exclusion. The unprecedented challenges we face today make the acquisition of knowledge and skills the tool to effect this global change. Therefore, no effort should be spared in discouraging the privatization of knowledge and the commercialization of access to education. Education must be classified as a public good because it satisfies some important social needs and also contributes to the creation of social capital. We therefore owe it as a duty to future generations to create equal education opportunity for all children and youths. Let me explain it to you further by emphasizing that our schools do have the mission, and teachers should teach learners such values as solidarity, selflessness, and the willingness to share their intellectual capital with others. This requires that teachers approach their work as an important social responsibility, teaching and molding the character of learners which is of great importance not only to the individual, but also to the society. Some of the other positive externalities of education, especially for the young people, include learning basic things like hygiene standards, the care for the physical condition and health, social interaction, active citizenship, and the spread of knowledge. While it is accepted that private development assistance to education is growing, we also note that the scope is limited and the support is often not aligned with needs. I will skip talking about the various sources of funding, but just to observe that in many countries today, domestic financing has been dwindling due to declining prioritization in the budgets and also the expansion of competing needs. It is also a function of the rate of growth of any economy, because in boom times, countries tend to spend more on education, and the reverse is also the case. Therefore, it is imperative to leverage growing global concern for education, to stimulate domestic resource mobilization, improve governance and leadership, and to align funding with country-owned sector plans. The digital revolution has brought about massive societal transformation, and the changing pattern of pedagogy and education governance, coupled with the growing importance of corporate social responsibility, has led to the blurring of boundaries between public and private education funding. Now, hitherto, international finance for education has been limited to things like aid and interventions by global finance institutions, including the World Bank, and as well as major United Nations agencies. But this has not been very effective, hence the need to rethink. And an important first step is the recognition that education is the foundation for all other forms of human achievement. It offers the building blocks for the organization of the society and the activation and effective harnessing of human and material resources. Its exclusion to any section of the human family will portend their consequence for the whole. A unified and integrated approach will ensure its rightful prioritization, the promotion of shared experiences, and efficient resource management. Now, what are the challenges of the current international education financing? First, it is not targeted at countries with the greatest need. Interventions are often inspired and designed by lending agencies, rather than home governments or sector stakeholders. Secondly, there is a lot of donor fragmentation. So many people are intervening in a little space at the same time. This has resulted in huge transaction costs for recipient countries. Three, there is a growing need for donors to strategically incentivize increased domestic education investment. We should adopt performance-based financing by rewarding results and outcomes rather than paying for courses. Of course, there is a clear disincentive that education follows. Since it has no clear cash flows, education borrowing is often challenged. So there is a need to translate outcomes into more immediate physical returns through linkage with industry, job creation, and tax revenues. Returns to education investments are also long-term, and the classic measures such as fiscal returns ignore the broader benefits of education to society, which I highlighted earlier. So there is a need to develop a global coalition of business and donor agencies to coordinate aid and investments in education for more efficient resource allocation. We must match spending with results. And in this context, it is recommended that countries take a different approach in achieving the SDGs by shifting financing perspective from the short term to the long term. Finally, let me conclude by saying that there is a need for an inclusive multi-stakeholder engagement, strong advocacy efforts, and the creation of innovative finance mechanisms to unlock additional funding for education. I thank you for your attention.
Thank you very much, sir. For obvious reasons, I was tempted to be partial. So, Professor Akari, yes, you ready?
5 minutes. 5, 6, when I see you, I stop. Merci, Monsieur le Président de séance. Et tout d'abord, j'aimerais remercier les autorités de Djibouti et le peuple pour l'accueil et pour ERF pour cette invitation. En réalité, même si je n'ai pas ma présentation PowerPoint, je vais essayer de vous résumer en 5 minutes ce que j'ai envie de vous dire. Quand on parle de financements internationaux de l'éducation, en général, on demande plus de financements internationaux. Et j'aimerais soutenir dans ces 5 minutes l'idée qu'on se trompe de problématiques. Et je vais résumer mes propos en 3 points. Tout d'abord, l'inefficacité et la faiblesse des financements nationaux de l'éducation. Les financements nationaux de l'éducation sont faibles. Le deuxième point est que les financements internationaux sont inefficaces et faibles également. Le troisième point, c'est la nécessité de repenser l'éducation et la scolarisation avant de décider de la financer. Suivant. Tout d'abord, au niveau de la faiblesse et de l'inefficacité des financements internationaux. C'est une courbe que vous ne voyez pas de loin, mais c'est une courbe qui montre le nombre d'enfants en dehors de l'école. On était à peu près à 120 millions en 2010 et actuellement on est à 60 millions d'enfants en dehors de l'école. Mais ce nombre d'enfants en dehors de l'école est en train de stagner. Depuis 2015, on n'arrive pas à baisser le nombre d'enfants qui sont en dehors de l'école. Alors, vous allez me dire, suivante s'il vous plaît, vous allez me dire, mais pourquoi vous parlez d'inefficacité des financements nationaux de l'éducation? En réalité, les pays du Sud s'investissent dans l'éducation. Par exemple, sur ce graphique, 17% des dépenses publiques en Amérique latine et en Afrique sont consacrées à l'éducation. Le problème, c'est que beaucoup de pays sont pauvres, n'arrivent pas à avoir une croissance économique qui leur permet de plus dépenser sur l'éducation. Pour illustrer mes propos, et j'aimerais pas choquer mes collègues de Djibouti, Djibouti en général dépense pour un enfant du primaire 250 $ par an. C'est le prix de notre chambre d'hôtel. La Suisse dépense par année pour les élèves du primaire, le pays où je travaille, 10 000 $. Et donc, si on veut améliorer le financement national de l'éducation, il faut créer de la richesse. Il faut aussi mieux collecter les impôts. Il faut aussi lutter contre la corruption, parce que si l'État a moins de ressources, c'est qu'il ne peut pas dépenser sur l'éducation. Je passe maintenant pour les financements internationaux. Vous avez peut-être l'idée qu'au niveau international, les pays du Nord sont généreux. C'est faux. La communauté internationale dépense 2 fois plus pour la santé que pour l'éducation. En gros, pour l'éducation de base, on dépense par année 12 milliards de $. Ces 12 milliards de $ viennent des pays riches vers les pays en voie de développement. L'Afrique reçoit 1,4 milliard de $ par année de la part des pays de l'OCDE. Vous savez ce que signifie ça? C'est 3 avions Airbus 380. Donc, toute l'aide à l'éducation qui vient de l'international en Afrique, c'est le prix de 3 avions que vous avez pris pour venir ici. Donc, la suite, s'il vous plaît. Troisième et dernier point, 1 minute, Monsieur le Président. Donc, la question que je vous propose pour débattre, c'est qu'il faut repenser l'éducation et la scolarisation afin de savoir pourquoi les financer. Et je résumerai mes propos en 3 points. Si un pays, si une région veut repenser l'éducation, ce pays, et je pense en particulier à l'Afrique, doit se concentrer sur 3 points. L'infrastructure. Il faut des constructions scolaires de qualité, une certaine sécurité, l'accès à l'eau, aux sanitaires, aux cantines scolaires. On peut se demander est-ce que c'est le cas dans beaucoup de pays? Je pense que c'est non. Deuxième point, il faut penser aux langues d'enseignement, au curriculum et la pédagogie, et leur nécessaire ancrage dans la langue et la culture. Est-ce que c'est le cas? Je réponds aussi que non. Le troisième point, il faut penser aux enseignants, leur statut, leur niveau de formation, afin de pouvoir financer l'éducation. Il faut s'entendre qu'est-ce qu'on veut faire sur 3 points. Et de mon point de vue, il faut que le financement soit essentiellement national pour essayer de réaliser une certaine souveraineté. Parce que l'éducation dans les pays du Sud ne peut pas s'améliorer avec les organisations internationales ou avec une pensée importée de l'extérieur. Je vous remercie et je m'excuse si j'ai...
Okay, good. Thank you, Professor Akari. And now we have Mr. Oje. Oje, is that correct? Okay, Oje. Oui, merci. Okay.
Muchísimas gracias.
5 minutes.
6.
No, they are pushing me.
Okay.
They need to do something.
Bueno, muy buenas tardes a todos. Entiendo que este panel es lo único que se interpone entre ustedes y un descanso merecido después de 2 jornadas de trabajo, así que voy a tratar de ir muy rápido. Por eso escribí todo en este papelito. Y bienvenido, Mansur. Entonces, buenas tardes a todos y todas. Agradezco a Education Relief Foundation y especialmente al Sheikh Mansur bin Musalam la posibilidad de estar acá y aprender de todos ustedes. En esta clase de eventos siempre me quedo con la sensación de que me llevo más de lo que dejo. Casi que soy un estafador, pero por favor no digan que los argentinos somos estafadores. Existen algunas ideas, preceptos que hacen a la priorización de la inversión en educación, pero que al mismo tiempo e inevitablemente hoy son fundamento de la desinversión en educación. Los mismos cimientos sobre los que se proyecta la educación son el pretexto de su desfinanciamiento. Quiero hablarles entonces, en estos pocos minutos, sobre 2 de estas ideas, de estos preceptos. La primera de ellas es la promesa de la educación como instrumento para el ascenso en la escala social, y que ha generado una enorme expectativa de acceso y permanencia de las personas en el sistema educativo. Si ustedes ven, la curva de acceso a la educación en América Latina es vertiginosamente ascendente. Si ustedes ven, todos los indicadores sociales de América Latina posiblemente no tiene un correlato directo con ese acceso vertiginoso a la educación. Este precepto, entonces la idea es si yo estudio y me esfuerzo, entonces voy a poder ascender en la escala social. Y este precepto esconde en su significado la proyección de una constante desigualdad y abona el concepto de meritocracia. No persigue necesariamente una sociedad de iguales, sino que sostiene lo que Rousseau llamaba un pacto inicuo, ¿no? Entre los que no tienen, los pobres, y los que tienen, los ricos, dice Rousseau, se generó un acuerdo tácito en el cual los primeros permiten la existencia de los segundos. Eso él lo llama el pacto inicuo. Dice también que los que no tienen viven con la aspiración de pasar del otro lado y no necesariamente de modificar el pacto en el sentido de la equidad. Es lo que Jean-Jacques Rousseau llama el pacto equo. Nuestro sistema propone el sueño americano como boleto hacia el otro lado, es decir, el sufrido esfuerzo y trabajo robustecidos de una educación centrada en el fortalecimiento de capacidades individuales o individualísimas ofrecerían la posibilidad de acceder a una mejor vida, a la vida de los que tienen. Nuestros sistemas educativos en América Latina en general están fundados sobre esa base de ascenso social, cultural y económico. Y en el siglo XXI es difícil verificar que la educación escolarizada sea ese instrumento que dice ser. Por favor, ¿pueden hacer silencio allá? Please. Thank you. Sin embargo, el sistema encuentra justificativos en que aquel que no logró ese objetivo es porque no sufrió lo suficiente, no se esforzó lo suficiente, no estudió lo suficiente, y para reforzar esa idea hay una batería de casos exitosos de personas que nacieron en la pobreza y hoy ostentan otro estatus. La segunda idea que quiero compartirles y que considero que es riesgosa es la propuesta de vinculación directa y exclusiva o casi exclusiva a la educación, de la educación al trabajo. En nuestro tiempo no tenemos tan claro cuál va a ser el rol social del trabajo. Lo que sí tenemos claro es que el trabajo como ordenador social está desdibujado, está diluido. En foros internacionales de renombre mundial, como en Davos, incluso el creador y presidente de Davos tiene un libro específicamente escrito sobre esto, se habla de que la combinación de la robotización, la inteligencia artificial y la Internet de las cosas provocará, y ya lo está haciendo, una desaparición de muchas fuentes de trabajo tal y como las conocemos hoy. Por otra parte, y ciertamente, el cambio climático también está provocando migraciones forzosas y destrucciones de fuentes de trabajo, por supuesto siempre en los más pobres, en los campesinos, en aquellos que sufren los distintos riesgos ambientales. Sin embargo, el sistema se defiende nuevamente reprochando la falta de cultura del trabajo, la condena a la inversión pública y a la subsidiariedad por parte de los estados orientada a aquellos sectores que requieren de mayor protección, porque son vagos, porque son haraganes, porque son los parásitos de la sociedad, o incluso desde el progresismo también se generan ciertas ideas, ciertos conceptos estigmatizantes como la idea de niní, los que ni estudian ni trabajan, como si las personas fueran responsables de no tener trabajo y no tener una educación adecuada. Y eso también es fundamento para financiar la educación dedicada a aquellos que no pueden pagarla. No queremos financiar vagos, no queremos financiar parásitos. Entonces, ¿qué aspectos podríamos tener en cuenta para el financiamiento educativo internacional? Algunas ideas muy brevemente. Pensar la educación más allá de la escolarización. Hoy el origen, producción y difusión del conocimiento no es exclusividad de los sistemas formales. En muchos casos son los movimientos sociales los que desarrollan conocimiento más útil, y socialmente más útil, y encuentran formas de capilaridad para educar. Pretender que la educación sea solo de los sistemas educativos escolarizados sería equivocado y también injusto con los propios sistemas educativos. Es como decir que de la seguridad solo se tiene que encargar la policía. Por supuesto que la escolarización es uno de los principales reproductores de capital simbólico y contribuyen fuertemente a la socialización y, como todo bien público, excede a la institucionalización y merece un abordaje desde la complejidad. El segundo punto es diferenciar dos términos, la idea de inclusión educativa y de educar para la inclusión. Como les contaba, la curva de acceso es muy amplia, entonces enormes esfuerzos de gobiernos exitosos en términos de inclusión educativa, pero enormes fallas en términos de educar para la inclusión. Entonces combinaría tres términos: inclusión educativa, educación inclusiva y educar para la inclusión como otro aporte. Pensar en la educación como bien público, que eso es netamente acción política, implica indagar acerca de los puntos de encuentro entre el desarrollo personal y los proyectos colectivos. Lo privado se construye necesariamente sobre lo público, sobre nuestro contrato social. El financiamiento internacional, y pensándolo más precisamente en la Organización de Cooperación Educativa que se creará mañana, debe orientarse a la valoración de lo público y de su construcción colectiva. La construcción de lo público siempre incomoda intereses y requiere de una fortaleza política para pasar de incomodar intereses a acomodar intereses en función de un proyecto colectivo. Ya termino. Último punto, pensar la desobediencia, en la desobediencia necesaria. El Sheikh Mansour, en su discurso de inicio, hizo referencia a la necesidad de deconstruir para construir. La deconstrucción es una forma de desobediencia al sistema en su conjunto. No hay ética sin desobediencia, no hay innovación sin desobediencia. Lo que la educación debe promover es una desobediencia solidaria, argumentada, dialogada, informada. Una gestión ética de la educación implica una administración estratégica de la desobediencia frente al sistema moral imperante que se llama neoliberalismo. Y para cerrar quería citar una pequeña frase del discurso final de la película El Gran Dictador de Chaplin, que dice, Charles Chaplin, que dice: hemos progresado muy deprisa, pero nos hemos encarcelado a nosotros. El maquinismo que crea abundancia nos deja en la necesidad. Nuestro conocimiento nos ha hecho cínicos, nuestra inteligencia duros y secos. Pensamos demasiado y sentimos muy poco. Más que máquinas, necesitamos humanidad. Más que inteligencia, tener bondad y dulzura. Sin esas cualidades, la vida será violenta, se perderá todo. Muchísimas gracias.
Thank you very much. Well, we're just right bang at 5:30. So I have no time for comments or questions. I apologize if you're burning with one, but then we'll do better next time. But I want to thank the panelists for allowing me to harass them this afternoon and for doing a good job, actually, of delivering their papers in such short time. So please give them a round of applause and give yourselves a round of applause. Thank you very much. That's the end of the day. Meeting is closed. It looks like you don't want to go.